Wait for the slides.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What?
Hi, good morning. I just got my coffee. I was just in the line, so it took like 20 minutes for my coffee.
Oh,
Because
God.
apparently machines need to be warmed up.
Yeah, of course. It's difficult.
Could it be done? Could it be automated so she doesn't
You
have
can. If they have this timer thing where they start to get power, it's always a fire risk.
to? Well, we're all very good at firefighting.
Good morning, and welcome to the IPv6 working group in Bucharest. I'm Chris, one of the co-chairs, and we also have Ray here in the first row in the room, the other co-chair. And we put together an agenda for you. The first session is some administrative matters and also a co-chair change. And then we will have three great presentations after that. And at first, we have a code of conduct here for the RIPE meetings, and this is designed to make everyone feel welcome. And so please treat everybody with respect and be polite to each other. This is a hybrid session, so remember this is being recorded. So please turn your mobile phones to silent mode. Thanks to the stenographers, as always, and to the scribes who are taking the notes for this meeting. We sent the minutes of the RIPE 90 meeting to the mailing list a month ago, and there was just a small fix, but no further comments. Are there any comments on the minutes? Also online? Okay. Then the minutes are approved. Thank you. And for the newcomers, just a few words about the IPv6 working group. It exists to promote IPv6 adoption, and these are the activities of the working group from the charter, which is also on the RIPE website. And we always try to find an agenda that covers these activities. And it was formed 30 years ago, yes, and I think it's still necessary to promote IPv6 adoption, because sometimes when I talk to people at organizations, they think they don't need IPv6, or when I talk to vendors, they still don't have feature parity with IPv4 because they say the customers don't demand it. Okay, let's continue to promote IPv6 adoption here. So how can you participate? We like to participate you in this session. If you are in the room, you can just go to the microphones, state your name and affiliation, and ask your question. And if you are participating remotely, or if you are in the room and don't want to go to the microphone queues, you can log into Meet Echo, ask your question in the Q&A window. Please also state your affiliation, and we will give your question to the speaker after his presentation. This time, we also have a co-chair change. So the term of Raymond ends on this meeting. We sent an announcement to the mailing list looking for new co-chairs. We had 3 people who were interested, and after the deadline ended, we sent an email to them and asked them if they are still willing to co-chair the IPv6 working group. And after that, we only had Wolfgang left, who is still willing to co-chair the working group. So I would like to welcome Wolfgang to the co-chair team. If there are no comments or objections, Wolfgang already got some support on the mailing list. Thank you, Wolfgang. Then Nico Schotelius resigned from his co-chair position. And as we do not think that changing 2 co-chairs at the same meeting is a good idea, we decided that Raymond will take over his remaining term until RIPE 94, and that we will have a new co-chair selection then, a regular co-chair selection. And are there any objections or comments? No. Okay. Thank you, Raymond. Then I have some organizational parts from the NCC. Please remember to vote on the program committee election by 5 p.m. today. If you've registered to vote in the NIO-NC election, remember to vote by Friday at 9 a.m. And you can chat with the NRO-NC representatives from 1:30 to 2 p.m. today at the meet and greet desk. So let's start with the interesting part and why you are here. The first speaker today is Dimitri Melnik from RIPE NCC, and he's talking about IPv6. What does it cost to do nothing? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming and welcome to our session. Today, we're discussing an interesting part. We're discussing an interesting topic, how to not do anything. So, simply relax while I dive into the cost of CAPEX or OPEX and internet service providers or network. And are you ready? So, let's start. Before we start, let me share a spoiler with you. It's going to cost you a lot if you don't implement IPv6 in your network. Firstly, let me introduce myself. My name is Dmitry Melnik. Right now I work at the RIPE NCC as a technical trainer and development officer. And before joining the RIPE NCC, I operated Beeline backbone network, and I was responsible for development of IP connectivity in Megaphone in Russia. And one of the latest projects I worked on was API, and also I was training colleagues, and I actively participate in the project to launch IPv6 on the mobile network. So, our agenda for today. We will discuss traffic. Later, we will talk about IPv6 today. Of course, we will talk about VNAT. We will discuss cost. At the end, we will summarize and highlight the key points. So, let me start with the global internet traffic. On the screen, you can see some graphs which show you that internet traffic grows from year to year. However, I have not graduated as a fortune teller yet, but we can assume that the internet traffic will increase by 18% each year or more. So, talking about IPv6, you're expert in this field, right? And I have an interesting question for you. Is IPv6 the future or not? So, IPv6 is not the future, and look at the screen. You are seeing statistics of IPv6 adoption from AppNIC, also from the Google, Cloudflare, around the globe. And Google shows approximately 50% IPv6 adoption in the globe. So, IPv6 implementation is not just the future. It's already here. So, if you can't see this high result in your network or even in your country, if your customers don't receive IPv6 from their operators. If another company has this large result in the globe, let's start to implement IPv6 in your network. This is my favorite part, not network address translation. Let's say this is the typical situation in a network. There is already NAT here in the operator, and also the customer has a router with a NAT also. People used to recommend buying the more expensive model of the home routers, which was able to ensure packet processing and deep with the high speeds. But so, we are paying for NAT at the provider's network and also at home because we don't have enough IPv4 address space. We are paying for NAT despite that NAT has challenges, right? So, some of these challenges I would like to emphasize. As you saw before, the traffic grows every year. It can be complicated troubleshooting and diagnosing problem. Sometimes also you need to invent resources to educate your team. You need more public IPv4 address space than 10 years ago or more. And I presume that you have not redundancy in your network if you provide commercial services, right? So, of course, NAT breaks end-to-end communication, and we have to use workarounds. But who pays for these workarounds? And the last point, that the NAT devices has a life cycle, and one day your vendor will end support. So, NAT has been a temporary solution. However, is it a really temporary solution if we have been using it for over 25 years? Capital expenses is invested in a temporary solution. NAT. To solve the problem that we don't have enough IPv4 address space despite having enough IPv6 address space. Strange, right? So, cost. Let's check at all type of a cost associated with a NAT as a pie and divided this pie into the parts. The first part is IPv6, or the first part is IPv4. And if you don't have it, you can rent it. On the screen you can see some prices for IPv4 network /21. And I could say that the average cost of leasing an IPv4 network /21 will be around $10,000 per year. The next will be operational cost for NAT. Let's look deeper into this. Operational cost can contain subscription for support services, also training for colleagues, implementing monitoring and logging, not maintenance. So the operational costs are spent on maintenance, not functionality. And the final part of this part, I want to highlight it, the equipment you need to install for NOT. So let's consider an example of a middle to large size operator. Just a sec. The operator has 1 terabit of traffic during peak hours. The current NOT infrastructure, due to end of support, requires this operator to swap all equipment to new equipment. And of course, the operator needs redundancy for the backup if one of the chassis breaks. We will consider 2 scenarios: IPv6, IPv4 only network and dual stack. In the first scenario, the operator chooses equipment which can serve 500 gigabits per chassis. And let's assume the cost is between $400,000 and $700,000. And in this scenario, 2 chassis are not enough. This operator has to buy 3 chassis plus 1 minimum chassis for redundancy. And in total, it will be 4 chassis. In the second scenario, in our case, let's assume that the IPv6 traffic will be 42%. Of course, it depends on the country also, and the popular content, and the level of IPv6 adoption, and of course IPv6 traffic can be different from one country to another. Do you think that we need the same number of chassis in IPv4 plus IPv6 deployment scenario? I'm talking about the dual stack right now. What do you think? The same or less? Okay. In this scenario, I could, yep. We can say the operator in the first scenario will have more IPv6 traffic. And in the second scenario, the operator chooses the same equipment with the same price. But just a small but very important difference. This operator already implemented IPv6 and has 420 gigabits IPv6 traffic. And another part of this traffic in their network is still IPv4, 500 gigabits during peak hours. And this operator has to buy 2 chassis plus 1 minimum chassis for redundancy. And in total, it will be 3 chassis. Let's check the cost for the first year. In IPv4 only scenario, first scenario, you have invest more money. It's just an example. We don't buy the equipment for just 1 year. And the traffic grows approximately 18% a year or more. On this table, you can see how IPv4 traffic will increase in these 2 scenarios. So, after the 5 years, in the first scenario, we will have approximately 2 terabits IPv4 traffic. But in the second scenario, we will have just 1.1 gigabits IPv4 traffic. However, I don't have good news for you. During this 5-year period, we also have to invest money in the NAT again due to growing traffic. In the first scenario, we'll invest in the 3rd year due to need to serve more traffic. And in the both scenarios, we will invest in the 4th year again due to growing traffic. So you can see the calculation here on this slide. The 5-year period in total is saving 1 to 2 million in capex with just IPv6. Just IPv6. It's a small but very important things in your network. For the next 5 years, this situation with the equipment and overspending will be repeated. Right? So, also I have an interesting proposal for you. When you next upgrade your NAT IPv4 infrastructure, check how much cost, how much money you are going to save or lose. What are the other benefits of reducing IPv4 traffic in NAT? You can terminate existing IPv4 address leasings, or even offer your IPv4 address to others. Let's assume that you're a large operator and you free up your /18 IPv4 network. And you may save or even earn $400,000 over a 5-year period. So let me sum up. I promise it will be short. Only you can decide to continue investing in NAT IPv4 or invest your money in something new in your network. So today I tried to reveal why doing nothing costs a lot, and I will be happy to answer your question.
Okay, thank you, Dimitri. Are there any questions? I see in the room Benedict, and you can start off, Benedict.
Benedict Stockermann, Stepladder IT. I think you're going way too easy on IPv4. If you could go back to slide 27, please. Okay, these numbers. You assume a traffic growth of 18%, right?
Yep.
For both IPv4 and IPv6. But we still have an increasing part of the traffic being IPv6. So these numbers are actually rather in favor of IPv4 because we are moving away from IPv4, even at a surprisingly slow rate, but the actual cost is higher. So the actual cost for IPv4 is higher.
This is the cost. This is the traffic, and after that I calculated the cost only for the NAT infrastructure.
Yes.
And only for IPv4 traffic, which going through the NAT system.
Yes.
IPv6 traffic will go without any NAT infrastructure.
Exactly. And the point is, you assume that both IPv4 and IPv6 grow at the same rate, but IPv4 is growing slower. So if you don't move towards dual stack, it'll cost you even more money, because then you have to pay these 18% increase for all your traffic. Whereas if you do dual stack, you have less than those 18% increase for IPv4 that you need NAT for. You can even save, or you will save even more money than what you have shown. So it's even worse than you say for IPv4 only.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay, then the gentleman there.
Hi, Dimitri. This is Yanis Nikolopoulos from Greece.
Hello.
Thank you for the presentation. Although I am a bit conflicted, I must say. I mean, I thought that we were not trying to convince people to deploy dual stack at 2025. Your example mentioned an operator with 1 terabit of traffic. So you're clearly talking about existing operators. Well, if we're trying to convince existing operators after 25 years, then we haven't done our job, you know, in the past 25 years. I think that most, if not all, operators at least have deployed dual stack. And what I believe that we should try to convince new operators to get into IPv6, but not through dual stack.
Thank you very much for your question. Good point. But also this calculation will be true for another type of, if we are talking about the slot, and also if we are talking about migration for IPv6 mostly. Because the goal of this presentation to show that what will be different, because if you don't implement IPv6 in your network, or even if you implement it. Thank you very much for your question.
Hi, Dave from APNIC. Just give you a bit of perspective from our side of the world. Typically, when we're seeing people deploying either dual stack or 464X Lat in mobile networks or whatever, a lot comes down to the profile type of the users they have. If you've got a high residential mix, we're seeing upwards of 80% IPv6 because it's all content. Most of the traffic is content. Enterprise is and will continue to be everyone's bugbear because, as I say quite often, an enterprise admin would rather pull his own teeth out with no anesthetic than deploy IPv6. And this has not changed. So whilst the operator community have it together, it's the enterprises we need to actually do things.
Thank you very much for your point. This is presentation mostly for large operators or middle-sized operators. If you're asking about my opinion, I definitely agree with you that firstly we have to implement IPv6 in the content operator and the large operator, middle large operator. And we have to engage and try to influence on the people to help them to implement IPv6 in enterprise network. Thank you.
You're not done yet.
Sebastian Becker, Deutsche Telekom. I totally agree about the enterprise part, but also there's that nice little thing with all the home appliance or smart TVs or something that simply cannot do IPv6. And so still there's a lot of communication on that part. So even if Netflix or whatever doing IPv6, as the TV or the client cannot do it, they cannot adapt that. And so you have also these weird traffic figures here, even if you have fully deployed IPv6 or dual stack as we did, still a lot of traffic is IPv4 because all the stuff people buy at home is not IPv6 ready. So please stop buying shitty things.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, I think we have a question online. Oh, we'll take the one in the room first.
Okay, thanks, Schilmassen. Just wanting to pile on the administrator needing to get a teeth pulled. I would like another point where I think as a community we are weak, not a community or industry. It's on the teaching side. as long as we have the young people getting their courses explained by V4 addresses, we are not going to solve this. So, and that's a plea for everyone who has contact with any school or is able to convince teachers to update the courses. I think there would be something to be done on the long run, and maybe not needing no NF study.
Thank you.
So we have 2 questions online.
The mic does not work.
Okay, so we have 2 questions online from Said Nayib, Saidis Lomzoda from CJSC Babylon Mobile. The first question is, can investments in IPv6 be seen not only as a technical upgrade, but also as a strategic step toward the financial sustainability of network operators? And the second one, what initial steps would you recommend for companies that want to start IPv6 deployment, but are limited by budget and infrastructure resources?
Yeah, thank you for these interesting questions. I will start with the second one. In my opinion, if you already have a networks and you, in any way, you have to upgrade your NAT infrastructure. And if you have to upgrade your NAT infrastructure, you have to find resources for this. And the good point, what you can do, you can change your internal procedures and use these internal procedures to implement IPv6 in your networks. And for the first one, can you repeat, please, the first one?
Yeah, the first one was, can investments in IPv6 be seen not only as a technical upgrade, but also as a strategic step toward the financial sustainability of network operators?
It's obviously yes.
Okay, Benedict.
I'd like to add a couple things. First, when do most people go to the dentist? When they can't stand the pain anymore, which usually means it's too late. Second thing about what to start with. I've got that question over and again, and there are basically 2 answers to that I've come up with. First, if you have a certain need for IPv6 in some certain area, you'll have to solve that first somehow. So if you have some business partner or whatever who insists on IPv6, you sort that out first. But other than that, you go for the low-hanging fruit. Just start somewhere where you don't need much budget, much people, much anything. And if it's just a student working part-time for your company, you say, tell him, see about IPv6. That already gets you started. That I've heard stories about things happening with one student basically deployed IPv6 in a data center. That's where you can go. And there's no need to go for a big global plan for everything, which always grinds to a halt, but just start somewhere where you need it or it doesn't take any particular resources. That's something I've learned, aside from what you said.
Thank you for this point.
Do we have any other questions online? Okay. Thank you, Dimitri. And next we have Wilhelm Birdinghaus, IPv6 in large organizations and lessons learned.
Good morning. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I've done a lot of IPv6 projects in large organizations, some of them being in the commercial field, others are in the federal program of Germany, in the IPv6 program of Germany, which has been run for the last few years and which is, I think, quite successful. But we have learned a few lessons. What happens if you go to large organizations and try to move them to IPv6? A few words about me, not much. I would like to connect on LinkedIn with you. The rest is in the slides. So I want to look at 4 different areas in this presentation. This is training, this is the inventory of your stuff, this is the address planning, and that is always the question, where can I start? We had this in the discussion after the last presentation. This is always the question, where to start and how much equipment, how much networking do I want to choose for a start. So let's start with the training part. We also had this in the discussion. And I want to comment on this, on the last presentation, but there was one comment about education in universities and schools. My son, who is also here on this meeting, he had a course in his university, first year of university, about networking, not about IPv6, about networking. And in the end, they had 1 slide about OSPF and 1 slide about BGP. That's it. So we don't lack IPv6 education, we lack networking education. Okay, so we wanted to change this in our IPv6 programs. And we went to our customers and said, well, everyone has to learn about IPv6. Your whole IT department has to learn, everyone has to be an expert, because then you as a customer, you can make an informed decision about how to implement IPv6 in your environment. And you are not dependent on us as consultants, you're not dependent on other consultants, but you can make all the planning and you have the freedom of IPv6. And we need your whole IT department and everyone has to listen to us for 5 days of training minimum, and absolutely make sure that all of your developers know about IPv6. That is very important because they have to develop IPv6 software. And the customer's reaction was, we don't have that time. We have other things to do during our daily work. We don't want to spend that much time, and we don't want to spend that much money on IPv6. IPv6 has to be cheaper. So we are not booking your training. And if we had the trainees in our courses, they said, that is too much detail. We don't need that for our daily work. So please shorten your courses and make sure that we just get the necessary information that we need for our daily work. We don't want to do all this planning. We don't, to be honest, make an informed decision. Tell us how it goes, but don't bother us with training. And this was especially true for the software development part, and I'm speaking about enterprises, and I'm speaking about public agencies. I'm not speaking about software developers in this room. They are not interested in IPv6. They want to know how to open a socket. Maybe they want to know the name of the library that they can pass IPv6 addresses. That's it. They are not interested in anything more. So when we say we have segment routing and the developer has to create a packet already with the segment routing header pre-filled, no, they don't want to do it. They just want to send out their traffic. That's it. So we had to learn that we had to shorten our courses, that we cannot get the IT department for many, many days out of their daily work. And not everyone wants to be an IPv6 engineer. And the server administrators don't want to learn BGP. Maybe they should for redundancy in the data center, but they're not interested. Yeah, they are not. Here, this audience in this room is not the typical IPv6 guys that we find in the enterprises and in the state agencies. And the management has a budget constraints. They don't want to spend the time and the money and don't want to send their people on training. So we have to cut this down to make it, let's say, eatable for enterprises and for public agencies. Then about inventory. So the first questions we have to ask, do we have a configuration management database? And very often the answer is no, we don't. We have no idea what's running in our data centers. We don't know which software revisions we are on. We don't know whether when we have done updates the last time. We don't have this one single source of truth. Maybe they have an Excel sheet. This is quite typical. Hopefully they have a backup. But the great advantage of Excel is that you have different versions on many laptops throughout your IPv6, throughout your IT department. So nobody really has an overview what is running in your network. And then you are going to do IPv6? No, usually not. We need at least a rough inventory that we know what is in the IT. But if you do the inventory for IPv6, don't be too detailed at the start. Of course, you have to be very, very detailed as soon as you want to implement IPv6 on a device. But for the start, it's okay if you have a rough inventory. You have to answer two questions. One is, where is my starting point? Where do I start my IPv6 adoption? And we tend to speak about IPv6 adoption because most enterprises and agencies want to run dual stack first, or they have to run dual stack first, because the migration always means we have to turn off IPv4, but this is not realistic as a goal for them. And then the second question is, does my gear run IPv6? So you need some kind of inventory, but for IPv6, it needs just to be rough. You just have to get an overview. If you don't have one of those configuration management databases, IPv6 might be a good reason to start one. And I know of companies and organizations who started with this type of database and used a professional tool when they started with IPv6. But this will delay IPv6. Because if you take IPv6 as a good reason for starting another project, and a configuration management database is a large project, then it will delay IPv6. So we have to make sure that it doesn't go in our way too much. If we implement IPv6 in a network that has no documentation or no proper documentation, then we have more chaos after the IPv6 implementation than we had before. So some documentation has to come first, and you cannot believe it, but you go into all these organizations and you don't find proper documentation. I'm not talking about the last 3% of the documentation missing. Yeah, sometimes they have nearly nothing. The second lesson, another lesson we learned, is you can spend years doing an inventory. It's a very, very good excuse for not starting IPv6. Everyone thinks, yeah, we started IPv6 by doing the inventory, and we just need 2 or 3 years for this. And if you have consultants in your company working for you, these guys are sometimes interested in having long-running projects. So beware of this. Have a rough inventory, get IPv6 going, and don't delay IPv6 because of your inventory that you are doing. Could take a few years, of course, in large organizations. The same is true for address planning. The first question is, do you have an IPv4 address plan? And some companies don't have one. Do you have an IPAM tool? No, it's too expensive. We don't have the knowledge to run one. We don't have the time to fill in the details. And some even advanced from a sheet of paper to an Excel sheet. So they have something digital, but again, they have many versions. Nobody really knows how IPv4 is implemented. And then you want to start with IPv6? Maybe not a good idea. Some say the DNS is always the single source of truth. No, it is not, because that would mean that everyone is documented in the DNS. Usually it is not. So again, companies say, let's make a detailed address plan. And then they try with address planning. They have no idea where to start. And they do address plan, and the first revision, and the second revision, and the third revision. And they still have no clue, no real clue how IPv6 should be implemented in their organizations. But they do address planning. And they're active, and IPv6 is going forward. No, it is not. It is, again, a very, very good excuse for not implementing IPv6. And then you have got these consultants. I've seen them in many projects. And And some of them have no real clue how to write IPv6 address plans, but as long as the customer knows less than you do, everything's fine. And again, it takes a long time. We had planning times of 10 years, and the organizations wanted to do planning and have everything ready in 9 years, and then in the 10th year, they want to implement everything. This will not work out. The second lesson that we learned is if you have large organizations, you have got all these little kingdoms in your organizations. And if you ask any of them, and they have no clue, but they have an opinion, then you will delay IPv6. This is quite easy, and everyone wants to have a larger address block than the guy from next door. It's not about technology. It's about, I have more addresses. And then you cannot plan your IPv6. So what we think that you have to do is that you have to give yourself a few rules, quite easy rules, 48 per location, 46 per network, so nothing unusual. Use half of your addresses because you have to leave room for change. And some organizations don't want any change. They will say, okay, now we make our IPv6 address plan and that is valid forever. Yeah? They want to sizzle it in stone. This does not work out, the world changes. And this is where artificial intelligence comes into play, because it's a good argument for you is that you can tell them, you didn't know about artificial intelligence 2 years ago, now you are planning for it. So what will be the next wave of technology? The world changes. You have to adopt to this change. Don't use AI on the address planning. This is just an argument that new technology is advancing and is coming to your networks and is coming to your organizations. So you have to make sure that you can adopt to these changes. But some organizations, well, they don't want to have any changes. Don't spend years on your address plan. Do a rough address plan. Get into detail at these little starting points where you start your adventure. Assign IPv6 prefixes in your organizations, you as the IT, you as the networking department, and answer any questions later. Yeah, so ask for excuse later and don't for permission before you start. Don't build the next committee, please. So, where to start? Look for a very small starting point. Don't start with the whole network. A few years ago, we had one example. I had one example on one of the German NOC conferences when Freddy Künstler was asked, how long does it take to implement IPv6 in the European backbone? And his answer was, a quiet Saturday afternoon. This usually is not true for enterprises or for agencies. They need a very small starting point. So you don't plan for the whole network. You don't plan for the whole data center and then start IPv6 everywhere. Because if things break, and usually things break if you implement a new technology, then you don't know how to troubleshoot it if you have done too much in one go. So find a very little starting point. This is what we recommend to our agencies in Germany when they start with IPv6. Maybe just 2 routers. Put IPv6 on one router connection, and if you love the adventure, do OSPF at the same time. Not just 2 addresses, but start somewhere. Show your organization that IPv6 does not hurt, that IPv6 does not bite, that you can do it. And if something goes wrong, the explosion is not that large. You can go back and everything works with IPv4 as before. Maybe a database synchronization could be a good place to start. And we have one organization that said we develop a lot of software, so we want to enable IPv6 in our software development environment. And that, I think, was a very good idea, because then the developers have access to IPv6 in the development environment and can get used to IPv6, can learn, can break things, This also would be a very good starting point. So we have to look for a very small starting point. If you have no idea where to start, of course, the network is a very, very good starting point because the network connects everything. And you can bring IPv6 to all of your departments, to the routers, to the edge routers of the departments. And then they don't have any excuse anymore that they cannot run IPv6 because it is at the routers. You just have to get it into their office space, into their data center, into their production environment, whatever they have. The network connects everything, and the network hardware usually supports IPv6 quite well. We had one case where they had 200, they have 200 layer 3 switches, and the management doesn't support IPv6 properly. The first good idea of this company was that you can register the switches by IPv4. This costs one license. If you register the same switch with IPv6 at the management, it costs another license. So doubling the licenses is always, from a commercial perspective, a very, very good idea. And then this management system does not support NAC with IPv6, network access control. And then they went to the vendor and said, okay, can we have this feature, please? No, you cannot. Our cloud version will support this. Okay, German federal agencies and management in the cloud. No, it will not happen. So they have to at least exchange their NAC radius vendor, but maybe they put out all of the switches, but taking out 200 switches is also quite a lot of work just because the vendor doesn't support this one feature, this very important feature. So most of the time, the network hardware is doing quite well. So we can start in the network. And very often the IPv6 adoption is started by the networking team because it is a networking protocol. We all know that all other IT departments have to work with IPv6 as well, but it is a layer 3 networking protocol. If you start, don't forget DNS and monitoring. And then these organizations come to us and say, well, then we have to enable IPv6 in the networks where the monitoring and the DNS do run. So then we don't have a small starting point. It gets large for the first step. And the answer with these protocols is no. You can transport all this information, even IPv6 information, via IPv4. So you don't have to enable IPv6 in your very first step. It should be quite early in the program, in your project, that you enable IPv6 as a transport protocol on DNS and monitoring. It makes everything easier, but for the beginning, you can get the IPv6 values via, let's say, SNMP from the router via IPv4, and you can show them in your monitoring. So this is nothing that can stop you, that should stop you. Of course, don't run IPv4 DNS and IPv4 monitoring for many, many years using it as a transport protocol, but you can do it for the beginning. So, to wrap it up, lessons learned. Large organizations tend to start working groups, debating clubs, because everyone is important. You have got these little kingdoms. And if you run these working groups in your organization, you are doing something about IPv6, but you don't have the responsibility that you really have to implement it. This is quite important for these organizations. Make sure everyone sees that you are active, but don't do anything, don't do any real work. Large organizations want to write concept papers for years. Yeah, we had one organization where we did a workshop in February, and they didn't know how to distribute their IPv6 addresses in the organization, and we scribbled that on a flip chart. Maybe we talked an hour about this topic, and then they needed another 9 to 10 months to write this down. Great idea. So no IPv6 implemented, but they have a nice paper. They discuss topics for too long time. They ask everyone in the organizations, And these guys have no clue because they have not done IPv6 so far. So you don't get a real good opinion from them, or maybe you get an opinion, but no real information. And then it's quite important to have steering committees and IT boards. So everything that helps you to delay IPv6. And they are very good in delaying IPv6, these large organizations. What else do you need for IPv6? That is also things we learned. You should have management attention. You can start your IPv6 as a grassroots program, like one student. I think, Benedict, you said this. This can work. Usually it will not work for a very long time. You need some good organization behind it. You need management attention, maybe your CTO, maybe your head of IT, whatever these people are called in your organization. You should have some budget, time and money, of course, to get IPv6 up and running. Grassroots works for the beginning, but it does not work on the long run. It is absolutely easy to delay IPv6. And we have seen this for the last 30 years. As Christian mentioned, this working group has been active for 30 years, and we are still struggling to get this into universities, and we still need this working group. Our work should have been done, but it is not. Do just enough planning and training to get yourself started. Don't ask everybody, start IPv6, get going. It is possible, but organizations like to delay it. And then with many organizations, we have done the three parts at the beginning. Training, we talked about inventory, we talked about the address planning, and I said, okay, now everything in theory is done. Can we start with implementing? No. Why? Can we do a little bit more of planning? So this is a big step for these organizations. And maybe the big step is that now someone is responsible that IPv6 is up and running and working, and that your organization, the IT of your organization does not explode or implode or whatever you want to do. Now it gets real. And this is such a big step. Maybe for us it is not, because we are networking engineers and we say, okay, and then put the address on there. But for them it is a really big step. Even if you do test labs before and they have trained everything and they have tested everything, they say, okay, now put it into the production network. I said, no. Nobody wants to be responsible. So the step from theory to practical use is larger than I ever imagined in these organizations, in large enterprises, and in large agencies. So we see this all the time, and we have to get our customers, our clients over this step so that they really start implementing, and then they will see that IPv6 does not bite and does not break things, and that they should advance, and then they should have IPv6 in the networks. Yeah, this were a few lessons that we learned. Most of these lessons are about people, are about humans, and are not about technology. Technology often runs quite well, but then the humans have to say, okay, yeah, I really want to do this. And we don't find this in too many of the organizations. Thank you very much for your attention. And
thank you, Wilhelm.
If you have questions, you're welcome.
Any questions, comments? Jen.
Jen Linkova. Sorry if I missed it while I was getting my mic set up. Have you actually mentioned, or do you have opinions on long-term infrastructure replacement plans? Because from my experience, especially in the picture you paint with very slow-moving orgs, right? You might get into a situation when, oh, we've just replaced the hardware on the system and we're not going to replace anything in the next 10 years, and that thing does not support v6. So I think it might be rather important to in the early stage, make sure that you know about any upgrade plans and make sure V6 requirements are incorporated early so you can, so say, stop the bleeding while you're focusing on fixing existing infrastructure and making sure that at least new stuff does what you want by the time you get there.
Usually these organizations, or some of these organizations say, yes, if we buy new stuff, it has to run IPv6. Of course, it has to run IPv6, but it's just a check mark. They have no possibility to do anything in the test lab. It even is worse in software development if you don't have IPv6 in your software development plans, either buying or writing software. Then you get stuck. You get stuck there. Then you said something about using equipment 10 years. No, they use it longer. We all know about end of service, end of life, end of software development, end of security patches, whatever the vendors call it. But I learned about a new category. It's end of eBay. If you don't get any replacement equipment on eBay anymore. So this is a new category some organizations use. I've seen that in enterprises, and I've seen that in state agencies. And then we say, oh, no, you cannot run your IT on this old equipment. But they do. So sometimes the 10-year-old equipment is the newest they have. Yeah, of course, you have to make sure that that if you upgrade, that you get IPv6 capable material, but they have no test labs where they can prove what the vendors promise, and they, of course, promise everything.
Andrzej Całetka, Ripen CC. Thank you for the talk. I would like to ask whether you also see what we see with Ripen CC, and that is that our suppliers that are supplying our internal systems are slowly discontinuing the on-prem solutions in place of IaaS, and usually those are V4 only. So for instance, we have been managing our company laptop with something called YAML. It has been running dual stack for 10 years, but now they say this on-prem version doesn't work anymore. You have to switch to our cloud-based version, which is V4 only. The same thing with our wiki that is called Confluence from Atlassian. I like to name them because that's like bit shameful for them, but it's like, so basically we have been even early to this game. We have tried to run everything on V6, but somehow with the new products, and we are sort of luck to that product because switching either wiki or internal mobile device management is hard. It's sort of like, it's we are sort of forced to go back to IV4 only. Do you see this also with other enterprises, and do you have any help with this?
No idea without violence. So I'm not going down this road. I think it has nothing to do with IPv6 and IPv4. Many vendors want to force you into the cloud. And there are international companies who say, okay, this is the way to go. We have our cloud program. We already run a lot of our stuff in one of the major clouds, and we don't care if it is an American cloud. But you cannot put management for federal agencies of Europe into the American cloud. You should just not do it because it can be turned off, and we know that the Americans at least have the right. I don't know whether they do, but they have the right to read everything you are doing there. And maybe shutting down is even worse than if you lose your management or if you lose your internal documentation. So this is no way to go. But we see this for many vendors who want to force you into the cloud. And Atlassian, Confluence, Atlassian, Jira is just one of them. But there are many others. As I said, the switch vendor, they're also forcing you. I think if you go to Cisco, they will tell you something about a cloud first or cloud only strategy. So it is all of the vendors. So the only way I see is either using a European cloud, and now if alternatives are coming up, but they are not as far as the American cloud providers are, or use open source, if possible, for your project, and run it on-prem if you don't want to present all of your data to the outside world. Usually, if you are, let's say, a company like Ripe, maybe nobody is really interested in your data, so nobody reads your data. But if someone in Washington decides we are not going for tariffs, we are going for cloud shutdown, then it doesn't matter whether they are interested in your data, you are offline. So if you want to take this risk, well, you are invited, but maybe you want to be a little bit more careful there. But this has nothing to do with IPv6, but it has to do with development in the cloud and new features.
Thank you very much.
No, this was enough of ranting.
Stefan, Route 128. As was mentioned, laptop and labs, we have seen some zero trust stuff, which reprioritized the addresses so that IPv4 was on the top of the list and IPv6 was at the end. So if you're going into the if you start to implement, it's a good idea to go to the labs and look at the traffic. So use your Wireshark, check if it's really IPv6 or if they prefer IPv4. Else you can have really a bad day as soon as you switch off IPv4.
Thank you.
Mick O'Donovan, HEAnet. Have you come across the idea of enterprises being lobbied by their cybersecurity firms to potentially not deploy V6, or moreover even pull back from using public V4 and just not in everything as a protection mechanism?
You said about lobbying. Yes, if you have consultants, if you have cybersecurity companies, if you have IT companies who have no clue about IPv6, they always tell you this is insecure.
Mm-hmm.
It is insecure because they have no clue. But you see this kind of lobbying quite often. The IT service companies that you employ have often no clue about IPv6, so they try to avoid it at all costs.
I genuinely think that that's part of the problem here, certainly in the enterprise field, where there's a kind of a scaremongering going on, and IT directors are being potentially warned off, if they haven't deployed V6, potentially warned off it because, there's a cyber, or maybe there has been a cyber attack. And the cyber insurance company come in and they say, hey, what's all this V6 lying around? Let's just not everything and stop using kind of any public addressing.
Yeah, this is of course possible.
Yeah.
I think we see that in the background. Maybe nobody really talks about it, but these companies maybe don't want you to implement IPv6. There will be the time when you have to. We talked about the dentist, didn't we? Mm-hmm. So eventually they will come to IPv6. And then, of course, they have to do it quickly. And maybe they don't have enough time for planning. But I remember this argument, do it now, then you have time to implement it. These arguments were on this stage for the last 20 years. Yeah. So, but nobody moved. But of course, if these companies don't want IPv6, then they try to make their customers stop the IPv6 program. Well, this will not help the customer, but we recommend in everywhere that if your support company does not work with IPv6, send them out. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we have got this RIPE document about IPv6 procurement, and then we have a chapter about consulting companies, and I think it says send them away if they don't support IPv6. Yeah. And you have to do this if you have the choice. Sometimes you don't have the choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Short.
Benedikt Stockebrand, Stepladder IT again. Disclaimer, I have been involved with the route 128 when it came to project management for IPv6 as well. So William and I pretty much have the same opinion. Just one thing I want to add. This problem about a lot of people wanting to plan things for the next, until they retire, so they don't have to actually do anything on systems. There's one thing that also helps to do with these people. 20 years ago, there was always one or two people in an organization who actually wanted to push IPv6 where everybody else didn't care about it. These people still exist, and if you find them, those are the ones that actually want to get things done, and they will make things possible. So if somebody shows up at you, hey, you're the guy who's supposed to deploy IPv6 here and here, yeah, mind if I join? You keep those people at any price. They are absolutely invaluable, and they put pressure on those people talking about, oh, we have to plan for the next 20 years.
Hopefully.
It's unbelievable how important these people are.
We have some questions online. Christian?
Yes. One question again from Said Nayib, Said Islam Zoda from CJSC Babylon Mobile. On page 17 of your presentation, you highlighted several issues large companies face when implementing and training for IPv6. What would you recommend to overcome these delays caused by overplanning and lack of training?
Well, we have the conflict, if you talk about training, we have the conflict of lack of training and too much of training. Yeah, they don't want to have too much training because they don't want to pay this. Maybe do enough training and get a good consulting company who can really help you with IPv6. They can show you the way how to do it, and then you can learn on the way. And then you get the training by doing test labs, but not too much theory. Not everyone wants to be an IPv6 engineer.
Okay, and then one last question from Monika Ermert from Elans. Do you know any universities that are doing a good job in educating IPv6 savvy network experts?
No.
That was a short answer.
No, maybe I don't know about the curriculums of many universities, but I think from what I have seen is that networking is not a real part of the education. They learn about databases, they learn about software development, but they don't learn about server administration. They don't learn about running operating systems too much. They learn the theory of the kernel, of course, but not running the operating systems in the daily work. They don't learn too much about networking. And I'm not sure if this university stuff, is it for other educations? So what are we doing there? But a little bit more of networking and networking theory, and then protocol theory would be nicer, because as we all know, there is a lot of theory behind routing and routing protocols. It's not just turning it on. If you run it large scale, then you have to know what you are doing.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Up next is, I know we were running out of time. I'm sorry. It's
okay. It's okay.
Okay.
Our institute, it's different. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, cheers. So up next, Jan Linkova with DHCP v6 prefix delegations for Android.
Hello. Thursday. I have not seen any single Comic Sans slide so far, so we need to change this. So, first of all, I have to apologize because I suspect some people might know things I'm going to talk about already, but I do see some new faces, so hopefully, at least if at least one person finds it useful, I think my job is done. Secondly, I will be mentioning certain client platforms, but I have nothing to do with them, so I'm just a messenger here. I just found a very interesting blog article, and I decided the community might want to know about that. So, Yes, this is a blog post which was published in September about Android supporting DHCP-v6. Can you imagine? This might be not DHCP-v6 you were looking for, but so let's actually go back to the problem statement. Oh, sorry. Come back. Yes, IPv6. It's not IPv4 with longer address space, right? So it has some fundamental differences. And one of the beauty, at least in my opinion, is that an IPv6 host fundamentally could and almost always has multiple addresses. So this is a real scenario when my machine has obviously link local, yes. It has 2 prefixes on the network. So it has addresses in each prefix. Stable address, temporary address, CLAT address. So yeah, I can't count. I only can count to 2, but this is definitely more than 2. So what's the problem with this? Because this is actually useful, might be beneficial for applications, for example. For example, there is a clear reason why CLAT needs a dedicated address, at least for performance reasons, and because you cannot do it stateless if CLAT doesn't have a dedicated address. But all good things normally come with a cost. So let's say I have a machine, a laptop, Chromebook, for example, which runs multiple VMs on it. Each VM would have multiple addresses, and the host system will have multiple addresses. It means that your network might need, well, not might, will need to maintain state for all those addresses, and most likely in multiple places. So your smart wireless access points and switches might maintain some client table and check what IP addresses each client has. If you run VXLAN Fabric, oh, that's a route per address. So think about your FIB and your routing table size. And then obviously the first hop router will maintain a neighbor cache, mapping each address to a MAC address. Oh, okay. So it might not be a problem at your home network when you have, I don't know, 10, 20 devices. But if you're talking about tens of thousands, it is becoming a problem, right? Data centers, large enterprise networks. So I know some people in this room do not like what I'm going to talk about, but I'd like to point out that it's one of the possible deployment scenarios. So you don't have to implement it if you don't like it. It's something which some people might find useful. So what could we do about all of this? And by the way, yeah, I know that a lot of people likes to be in control, right? I'm a control freak myself, yes. So while Slack and multiple addresses do provide some benefits to applications, right, and it allows end-to-end communication and so on, it might introduce additional challenges for network administrators besides the scale. Yes, we do know it might be complicated if you have Slack addresses and you need to maintain ACL, so you want to know what exact address was used in that moment of time. So hard choice, right? And to be honest, about 10 years ago, I promised myself I never ever going to participate in the discussion about Slack versus DHCP-v6 ever again. And I keep doing this, but I do hope it's the very, very, very last time I'm talking about this, because we might try to find a rough consensus here. So what can we do? We can actually do things which mobile operators have been doing for a very long time. We can give a host a prefix. The whole prefix /64. 64 bits ought to be enough for anybody, right? So if your host acts like a CPE or like an any host in mobile environment and ask DHCP-v6 prefix, give me /64, what does it mean for us? First of all, host still has unlimited number of addresses, as many addresses as host wants to have and capable of having, taking into account some performance limitations on the host, not on the network anymore, right? But on the network, we now not scaling to the tens of addresses per host. Your network, like VXLAN Fabric, will have 1 type 2 route for link local as before, but it also will have just one type 5 route for the delegated prefix. That's an improvement, right? Because I've seen VXLAN fabrics falling apart because of multiple addresses per client, and this is basically drastically reduce the load. The same for neighbor discovery cache, right? Now you just need to maintain a single entry for link local address and one prefix coming from delegated, one route coming from the delegated prefix to this link local address. So can we do this? And again, mobile operators have been doing this, right? If you connect your phone, when your phone connects to 3GPP network, it normally gets a prefix. So it's not like something unique. So what's happening? Android 11 soon, well, some people already noticed that and even start putting blog posts about that, might now will support, it's being slowly rolled out to most of the devices, but obviously not of them because there are some vendor-specific things, will, if notice that router advertisement set the P flag to 1, it's a new flag, recently standardized, Android will see that flag as an indication that the network actually wants it to use prefix instead of prefix coming in PIO, right? So instead of assigning numerous Slack addresses from the on-link prefixes advertised in PIO, Android instead will ignore it and ask you DHCP v6 server, give me a dedicated /64. I would like to use it. So in this case, again, you will see benefit from scalability perspective for new clients, while obviously old legacy clients, because not everyone, again, needs a prefix, right? If your host does not run VMs, does not need to extend network connectivity downstream, it just needs a couple of addresses, it's fine for it to use Slack, right? So at least it will, yeah, as I say, reduce the load on the network in terms of maintaining state. So P flag in array, new things. I'm not aware of any implementations by vendors. We do have feature requests, but obviously you know how long it takes to get a vendor to the new configuration options for set a flag. What can we do now? Why I'm here, why I'm talking about pure theoretical sci-fi stuff. I've heard that some people love DHCP so badly that they actually want to run DHCP only v6 networks. And because Android could not operate in such a network, they had to create a separate segment just for Android and let them sit there. I have a good news for those people, because now if you enable PD, Android will be happy on those networks because there are the heuristics built in system now. Even if the P flag is not present, if device detects I'm seeing v6 router, but I'm not seeing any prefix, Slack prefix and PIO suitable for forwarding addresses, let me try PD. Maybe this network actually doesn't want me to use Slack, but it might give me PD, right? Because it looks like it supports DHCP v6. So if you, in addition of giving IINA, in addition of providing addresses to legacy endpoints, could give the host a prefix, it would just work. So we kind of trying to get the best of two scenarios, right? You still let host to get as many addresses as host needs, but on expenses of the hosts, right? You need many addresses and you're willing to maintain states for them, go for it. Network does not need to pay for it anymore. And obviously, host now can extend connectivity downstream. And at the same time, you're getting all those beauties of managed network in terms of, you know, which addresses were used by the host, because you know this prefix was just for this host and you control what prefix you give it. So actually, if you want to build ACLs, for example, right, on per host basis, you can do this. And again, you remove the scalability of multiple addresses from the network. It's not network problem anymore. Because yes, I agree, it was unfair. Host and application developers benefit from multiple addresses, but it's the network paying for it. So meantime, If you do not support PD, there is one more thing you might get if you're running DHCPv6 server in your network. A new feature, new option has been added to DHCPv6. It allows the host, which gets addresses via Slack or manually configured, tell your DHCP server, by the way, I know you did not give me those addresses, but I have them. So you can log them and use them later for forensics or statistics or whatever you want, right? So basically there is a new add registration enable option. So if your client notices that there is a DHCPv6 server, it will actually tell that server about all addresses it's been using. This feature will be added to Android, I believe, around end of the year. So it's actually pretty close. So it's implemented. It's just a matter of incremental rollout. So obviously, it's not a silver bullet in terms of it assumes that your host is not trying to do anything malicious, because obviously, if there is a malicious intent on the host, your host might not just tell you anything. But for normal, like hosts you trust, reasonably, it does give you additional information for troubleshooting and forensics. When people complain they have no idea what addresses hosts were using and it's hard to troubleshoot. And obviously, unfortunately, streaming telemetry does not scale very well for collecting neighbor caches from the routers. Believe me, I've tried. So yeah, readings, if you want to know more. And questions. By the way, we're talking about education. I spent 45 minutes yesterday trying to convince AI put the correct IPv6 address on the picture. It kept like a normal engineer, kept apologizing, didn't do what I asked to. So no IPv6 address is on this slide.
All right, we have about a minute for questions. Jan?
Hello, Jan George from Provision. Are there any plans to push the prefix delegation into Slack?
What?
You
need
heard
to
me?
get the coffee first. You want what? You want the prefix in...
Being delegated with RA.
I've seen some discussions about that, well, you know how things happening, right? Someone has a problem. Someone trying to solve this problem in a way which those people find suitable, right? So if you think you have a problem which could be solved that way, it's not easy actually, because are you talking about the Comcast document about tools of unique prefix per host where it was advertised in array? I told yesterday I hate writing drafts. I did not want to write a draft. I was hoping I can use that, but I did not find any way to like configure it. How my Cisco Juniper router gonna give me unique prefix per host? There is no, I don't even understand how to do this. You need client isolation, you need configuration on your router to know that each client needs to get a new prefix. I have so many questions about how to do this, but if you have a picture of how it should be done, I'm happy to talk.
All right, thank you very much, Jan. We've now come to the end of our session, and thank you all for participating after a heavy party last night. And time to go for a coffee, but please remember to rate the talks. Thank you.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello, everybody. This is the Address Policy Working Group. If you were hoping for DNS, it's in the other room. I'd like to welcome you. We have some new stuff today. We have some policy discussion in the second session. And I should introduce Alex, Francisca, and me. I'm Leo. We are your co-chairs. Alex cannot join us in person, but will be watching from afar. This is a hybrid session, as Alex is demonstrating. If you want, you can participate over Meet Echo as well as in person. When you speak in this session, please give your name and affiliation. We have a code of conduct, and it's designed to make everyone feel welcome. It can be distilled down to please treat everyone else with respect, be polite. We'd like to thank our scribes and our stenographers, scribes from the RIPE NCC and our stenographer, Mary. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your work. It definitely makes life easier when we go and look back at when things happened and what exactly was said. Mentioning the scribes, minutes from RIPE 90, they were published in June. There haven't been any comments. So unless anyone comes to the microphone or puts their hand up on Meet Echo, I move that we accept them as final. And no one's moving to the microphone, so let's say that they are final. And we have two sessions today. We're in a different slot, as you probably noticed. We have historically taken the 9 a.m. Wednesday slot, and now it's after the coffee break on Thursday. We are coming back after lunch on Thursday. That's when the policy discussion will be happening. In this session, session 1, we have an update from the ASOAC, policy update from Angela. Ilka will be giving us some history of policy discussion, and then Marco about registration services and update us on that. After lunch, when we come back, we will be having discussions about increasing the size of IPv6 allocations, or the default IPv6 allocation up to /28 without needing justification, revising the criteria for assigning ASNs, making it a little bit easier to get them, and revising the criteria for IPv6 PI. And then there will be an open mic slot. One of the things we would like to hear from you is what do you think about this new session time being before and after lunch? That is just as important as all of the policy discussions, because of course, if people are more or less available, that makes a difference. So, we can go back. I think that's it. Francisco will be moderating the discussions in the room. I will be reading stuff out from Meet Echo, and we can move on with our first agenda item, which is the ASOAC update. So, Ade, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So we are a lot lost because normally this session is on Wednesday morning. So we decided, so it was decided to have a little revolution regarding the agenda of this meeting, which is good. And at 11 o'clock, we have more people in the room, which is good also. It's our usual presentation regarding the activity of the NRO in C, so the people coming from the community of the different regions to fulfill the responsibility of the addressing supporting organization Address Council. you have a lot of presentation from the ASO currently because of the ICP2 work we are currently performing. There has been both on Monday. There was a lot of discussion on that. This afternoon during the plenary, it will be the presentation about the outputs of this both. And this presentation is more about the current activities of the ASO AC, but I will speak just a little about the ICP2 as well. And with that, of course, I am not alone within the group. There is also Constance Burger and Andrei Robachevsky. So if you can stand, who are so people from the right community. Okay, about the NROEC, as I said, number resource organization, number council who served as a responsibility of the SOEC. So the SOEC, one more time, is one of the organizations of the ICANN, two parts. First, the NROEC, Executive Committee, who is composed of the 4 current directors of the regional internet registries, and us, the NRO-NC. You know very well, as you attend in every meeting, you attend every meeting, every RIPE meeting. It was established by the ICANN, this organization, to advise of the issue related to Internet Number Resources Policy. We are normally 15 members, and you know also that Afrinic have met issues who made impossible to select somebody in the council. Good news, there has been election in Africa. Members were able to vote for a new members to the executive board of the Afrinic. Now the Afrinic board is complete. And we hope that first, the executive board will be able to appoint at least one member to the ASOEC. It will be good because we could have an entire representation for the discussion inter alia, ICP2, of course. And in each region, we are 3. One is appointed by the executive board of the regional internet registry, and the 2 others by the communities. What we do, we advise the ICANN board of this matter, along with the NROEC. There is the overseeing of the global policy development process. One more time, global policy is a policy common to every region, and dealing with the link between the IANA, so the function to managing IP resource addresses for the whole system, so between the IANA and the regional internet registries. There are around 20 directors of board within the ICANN, and the address supporting organization is responsible to appoint 2 of them for the seat 9 and 10. Seat 9 is filled by Alan Barrett, who was the CEO of the Afrinic before, and seat 10, everybody knows, is Christian Kaufmann, who was the chair of the RIPE NCC executive board also. We meet each month so virtually, and one important thing is that our meetings are open, so you can go to the ASOEC website and to see what are, normally it's the first Wednesday of the month, and we try to meet on site once a year, generally during the first ICANN meeting of the year, but because of the ICP2 work, we meet more often than that. That are the people, I would say nice people who compose the NRO-NC currently. In 2025, so we had this work about the election for the set 10, and we reconduct Christian Kaufmann for this function. There is always, and it's an ongoing work to follow the discussion within the different communities to see if there will be potentially a global policy, and of course, we conduct the ICP2 review process. Seat-10 election, so I won't go back because it was during the first semester. And Christian, he will start his new term next week during the ICANN meeting in Dublin, which is the general meeting ICANN style. And you have the link to the process. Which is very important for us and for every organization within the community on the global system is the transparency. As I said, we try to have most and the majority of our meeting open, and transparent, with minutes, of course. And even the annual face meeting at the ICANN is open to observers, excepted the closed session. We have archives, we have mailing lists. As I said, our monthly conference is open to observers as well. The meeting calendars is available there. So ICP2 one more time, so we report about the ICP2 work. We have closed meeting, but closed meeting are there to conduct something which will be at the end public. And we are under consultation about the current version of the document. This consultation will end November the 7th, and we will meet in Montevideo, which are the LACNIC place. We will meet in November of this year to review the last consultation, and it will be this one, a closed one. So I won't be into details in the ICP2 review because so we had, and in every region, a lot of presentation about that, and we presented that in the both, but it's just a background information, timeline, and operational information about that. First, what is ICP2? So ICP is for Internet Coordination Policy. It was a document created and accepted in the beginning of this century, and it was a list of the criteria for establishing new regional Internet registries. For example, example of criteria, a regional Internet registry has to be sufficiently large. It has to support the local numbering community. It has to be capable in terms of technical staff, and so. And you have the link to this original document there. The timeline, so you know all that the RIPE-NCC was established in 1992, followed by the APNIC from Australia, India, Japan, etc. in 1993. Then the ARIN for the Northern American region in 1997. And then in 1998, it was the ICANN who was created. The ICANN adopted this famous ICP2 in 2001, and via the ICP2, 2 additional regions have been created. So the LACNIC first in 2002 for Middle and South America, and in 2005, the AFRINIC for Africa. Why did we ask to revisit ICP2? Because as you can calculate very easily, the ICP2 is now 25 years old. It's a quarter of century. Of course, you can imagine that the internet has changed since then, and the relationship between the region and the ICANN has changed also since then. And the other aspect is that the current document, the 2001, was not very explicit. It was just criteria to establish, but there was no mention about to use this criteria for the current life of a regional internet registry, and in extreme situation, that could be used for the derecognition of a regional internet registry. So it's important to have all the aspects specified in a document. Okay, because of these questions, so the NREC, one more time, so the group of directors of the regions asked us in October 2023, 2 years ago, to review this document. First, we have a short work consisting in reviewing the draft procedure for validating on addressing the ongoing regional internet registry compliance. It was done, and the most important part of the work is to update this ICP2, and the idea is to strengthen generally the global system and to make the regional internet registry system more accountable to the internet community. That's the reason why. So we need to have a lot of discussion within the group and with the communities to have something acceptable globally. After this request, so we need finally 1 year to publish a first document which was a set of principles which could be in the current document we are now. This document, which was called the principal document, was but in public consultation, regional consultation and ICANN consultation at the same time to have the most communities as possible. This document was under consultation between October and December 2024. Then the group reviews the community feedback and was able to draft a document which is called ICP2 Principal Consultation Report, and there was another round of consultation between February and April 2025. No, it was, so we published in April this document, sorry, there was a consultation, and then we published another document in August 2025, and it's this document, this second draft document, which is under consultation currently till the beginning of November. Okay, so to be more explicit, because when saying that only with Word, it can be a little messy, but you can see that we are now on the blue, on the dark blue square or rectangle, I don't know exactly, which is the second public comment on draft. We say that it will be, we hope, a final review after that to be potentially have an approval of adoption of the document, but of course, these steps have to be so needed to be confirmed because of the outputs. If there are a lot of outputs, we will see how to proceed. It's not definitive. Okay, so to have very easy ways to go to the documents and for us, the community, to read them. So there is a QR code to read the document. So I saw that. Okay, so normally this slide should be before the other document. You have the document to be read, which is under consultation, but to help the community to understand the document, we have added, with the help of the communication team of the different regions also, we have added a red line document, which explains what has changed between the two versions of the document. We have added a document which is called a summary of change of rationale, because regarding all the outputs we had from the different consultations, there are comments we have incorporated in the document, but other we have not incorporated because it was out of scope. And in the rationale document, we explain why we have not included that. There is, like every discussion in other topics, FAQ, you can see. And very recently, it was 2 years ago, there is now a preliminary assessment document. It's just to explain more how things can be implemented. So it's a new document you can read also. Now I will go back to the presentation. So of course, everybody knows what is a red line document. So it's a document we explain with colors what has changed or not. The rationale in the new document, for example, we speak more about recognition, and so with the material improvements, we explain the background, we explain of change. So that's the type. It's an extract of the principal document. And so to go to the consultation, you can go there via the QR code. And so you can add comment, very easy for the RIPE community, because you go to the RIPE. So the RIPE list is the mailing list you know very well. And I think it's okay. And I have 15 seconds for the questions.
Thank you. Actually, we have way enough time for questions. So everyone who has questions, please come up to the microphone or come to us on Meetecho. Comments, questions?
Randy Bush, RGNet, IIJ, and Arcus. Brilliantly done. You folks have made significant progress since Lisbon, and I think the three of you deserve our deep thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Randy.
So no question but a comment. My name is Danko Jevtovic, and I was with ICANN until October. So a couple of comments from that side. I think from the ICANN perspective, the work of ASL Council is extremely important because ICANN is kind of the root of authority for our whole ecosystem, and the addresses are a hugely important part of that. And there are a number of things there, not least of them that ASL is sending to board members, and we have Ron here, who was a board member serving with me, and now we have two extremely capable board members coming from this environment. I think this is very important for ICANN. I just wanted to say, not anymore in the ICANN role, but I know that ICANN and the board is grateful. But also the teams that are related to IP addresses are sometimes less have a less bandwidth in the whole ICANN system discussions, even though they're so important. And I think ICP2 is a good example of something that could and should be used by this community and the other IR communities to bring more attention in the ICANN environment. And I think this is something that we need to recognize, but also for because of the importance of this document and what is happening, to bring those discussions not only here, but as you mentioned, also to discussions within ICANN ecosystem to strengthen the message from this side. And one more thing, there is also, I am a little bit surprised not to see more discussions about the current discussion on the governance of the root server system, because RIPE is obviously a root server operator, and all of us take the root server system often for granted. There were very good technical discussions here about the software and things, but the governance of the whole system is not less important than the ICP2 discussions. And I'm just want to invite this community to take a more active approach in this, because it will be important, and there are geopolitical issues in the root server system. Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Okay. Do we have anything online? Okay. Then I think the NRNC can be met at the meet and greet table today.
As a meeting greet, so normally we are around, just so if you have any questions, so don't hesitate, or Constance, Andre, or me to ask questions first. So one more time, so it will be short output presentation, so this afternoon. And for information, so few of us will be present next week in ICANN in Dublin. So it will be the opportunity to discuss with other part of the communities in plural.
Thank you. Then next up is Angela from the RIPE NCC updating us on the development in the policy world since RIPE 90.
So good morning also from me to everybody, and I'm here for the traditional update that I hope can help you catch up of what happened in the policy world in our region and in our regions, and also to follow up on the policy documentation review we spoke about during RIPE 90. So what happened in the RIPE region? I'm happy to tell you that we have a new policy. This policy was discussed in the routing working group, is giving the RIPE NCC to the mandate to revocate persistently non-functional delegated RPKI CAs, and is already published, this new policy. The RIPE document is 847 and is not listed in the implemented policies, but when you look at the policy proposals that originated this policy, you can see that is under implementation. And I suggest you to follow the discussion in the routing working group, because I expect that my colleague team is gonna deal with the working group for some details on the implementation. And something is gonna also, of course, be published on our website. And also the same proposal, you will see also later, has been accepted in the APNIC region. And so it looks like it's going to be a new service provided by multiple RARs. Then, as Leo said before, we have 3 policy proposals, and we will hear later on in the second session from the proposers what they are about, and are regarding IPv6 address distribution and usage, both allocations and PIs, and one is regarding the criteria for the assignment of AS numbers. I must say that unfortunately we didn't manage to publish the proposal regarding the PI assignments, but thanks to the proposal, this is already been shared for comments, feedback by Clara in the mailing list. So you can have a look in detail at the full proposed text that will be published and will start the PDP after the RIPE meeting. The other 2 are already in discussion phase. So I repeat my traditional appeal to you. Please read the proposal and share the feedback on the mailing list, because the proposers in that way can understand if these proposals are responding to your needs or not, and if they have to change something. So the discussion phase, for who is not familiar with our PDP, is the moment in which the, let's say, feedback can help to change the text, to make modifications, make questions, and so on. So I invite you to participate. Then there will be a review phase, and that review phase will require you to even repeat your comments, because those comments are the ones that are going to be taken in consideration by the working group chairs to decide if there is a consensus or not on the proposal. So I hope to see many comments on the mailing list. So what happened in other regions? So let's start with Afrinic. As you know, the board has been reconstituted. There were some proposals already accepted, and one was under implementation. I've heard from my colleague in Afrinic that the testing of these RPKI ROAS for unallocated and unassigned Afrinic address space is in the end phase of testing, and probably we will see it implemented very soon. For what is regarding the other policy proposals that were waiting for ratification, we will see what the board will decide to do, and they will call soon for the election of, or selection, better to say, of working group chairs for the policy discussions. And we will see if the people will be invited to resubmit the policies, and of course they will be invited to submit new ones if needed. They are about the the transfer policy, a policy compliance dashboard that is informing members if they are compliant with the policies in their portal, and new validation and verification rules for abuse contact. In APNIC, as I said, there is this policy that we just had accepted that is also waiting implementation. Then there is a policy that has been accepted that is removing some contact details from bulk access. So, and is also requesting, let's say, to specify who has access to this bulk access. Is not removing, let's say, the current contacts for the normal access to the WHOIS. And then, this might be interesting for you, publish statistics on directory service usage. This is going to publish the activity that has been done in querying the WHOIS service. Is providing some details about who is accessing, how often, which, and with which methodology. So it's gonna, let's say, be more transparent about the usage of the service. Then in ARIN, the Advisory Council is always very active, and they have two recommended draft policies. Recommended draft policies, let's say, have already been promoted to be discussed as last call in the upcoming ARIN 56 in Arlington. It's going to be in a couple of weeks. One is clarifying when a member that is receiving or an entity that is receiving a transfer needs a new registration service agreement. And the second one is clarifying, let's say, the requirement for IXPs, because this 4.4 micro allocation section is regarding a reserved pool of resources for critical infrastructure. So there are some clarifications about how to use this pool. Then the draft policies that are, it's possible to discuss them much further. I think the most interesting ones for who has resources there in their region and might be interesting in to participate in the discussion is going to change the minimum size of resources used outside of the region from let's say changing it from /22 to /24. Also because some organizations now have a smaller allocation size. And then to specify, the last one is to reserve the space that was destined for the transition to IPv6 for use within the ARIN region. The other two fixed formula, don't ask me to understand the formula, it was super complicated. I managed, but they found out that there were some inconsistencies, and there is another, let's say, amendment to match examples in another section of the manual. There was also there is also discussion about clarifying ISP and LAR as a definition term in the policy manual. I see that that one is has some difficulties to find an agreement in the mailing list. I added the link to a very nice blog that is giving a sort of summary of what the policies want to achieve, and give a very short summary about what is the current situation and the change that is proposed. In LACNIC, we have two policies that are have been presented at the last meeting and are waiting for the decision of about the consensus by the working group chairs. One is about temporary transfers, and the other one is regarding the distribution of resources to natural persons. In our region, this is possible, and natural persons can receive resources. This proposal was also presented in ARIN, but didn't receive, let's say, the consensus from the community, and it has been abandoned. So let's see, it should be declared in these days the consensus or not on these proposals. Then under discussions, there are two proposals to give priority in the IPv4 waiting list to organizations that have deployed IPv6. And another proposal is regarding IPv4 subassignments to third parties. could be also seen as a sort of connection with the temporary transfers. Let's see how the discussion goes. As usual, you can find all the information on the websites of other RARs, and I remind you that there is a document that is not exhaustive but can be useful to compare the policies in different RARs on the NRO website. And then I have beautiful news. I hope you like it. We have a new page. For me, it's nice because the discussion I was asking during RIPE 90, what would you like to do? Because we received some feedback. It's difficult to find the policies. I want to know which policy applies to my request. Where do I find it? And we had in that time the policies listed by number, so the by update date. So the last one that was updated was on top, but the topics were a bit mixed. The slide is really small, so you can't read it because I want you to go to the page and check it. So it's, and also because otherwise it was not fitting in the slide, so you can imagine. And now there is a division between regional policies and global policies. I remind you that even connecting to the ASOAC, global policies are the policies that are defining how IANA is distributing resources to RAR, so they are not updated very often, you can imagine. But now we have let's say we are grouping the policies per topic. So you can see that, for example, for all your resources, you have a collection of policies, and I hope this is useful to navigate a bit more easy the page and find your policy. Of course, if you have questions, if you have feedback, I'm happy to receive it, and or here, or in the corridors, or via email. You can write to me at pdo@ripe.net.
Thank you, Angela. So, first of all, thank you for putting in the work and help us making policy more accessible, because we keep having these discussions always. So I think that is already a good step in the right direction. We have questions. I know we have Jordi on Miteco. Let's start with the remote participant. Jordi.
Hello, Angela. Just one small clarification. There is one policy in LACNIC that you are missing. Is LAC 2025-2. It's very, very close to the one for allocation resources to physical persons, natural persons. The only change is that the actual policy manual in LACNIC is only allowing to allocate resources to organizations. So even not natural persons with economical activity, in theory, should get resources. So LACNIC, of course, is doing that, but somehow against the literal reading of the manual. So I put a proposal to resolve that. So it's no change in the actual, let's say, behavior of LACNIC, but just to clarify the situation. I just wanted to make sure that that's clear, because it's too close to the other policy and policy proposal, and sometimes it gets confused. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordi. Thank you very much. So, my fault, I missed it.
Update received.
Hi, Dave from APNIC. I just want to highlight something about Prop 162 that reached consensus, because it will affect people in this room. One of the things that we're doing with implementing this policy is we're going to be revoking everybody's bulk WHOIS access. What that means for you is you're going to have to re-sign an updated AUA for access to bulk WHOIS. Now, we're not doing this tomorrow. There'll be plenty of notice, but that's what we'll be doing, and there'll be regular re-signings of this agreement.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay. Do we have more online? I don't see anyone raising their hand. Do we have something in the Q&A? Okay, then thank you very much. And now we don't only have a new time slot, we also have a new agenda item in the first session. Our next speaker is Ilke from the RIPE NCC, and our community is documented by is governed by documents, and she took the time to have a look on RIPE document history and the development of this community in connection with those documents. So we are curious what she found.
Thank you. Hi. I'm Ilke. I'm a business data analyst at RIPE NCC, and I have a talk on RIPE docs, and more specifically, how the RIPE docs represent the evolution of our community as well as the NCC. RIPE docs clearly keep the history of this thing of ours that's been going on for several decades, but and for those of you who've been around for a good portion of that several decades, this might come as some sort of a nostalgia trip. And for those of you who are fresher in the community, and I certainly include myself in this group, I think this is going to be some kind of a nice, fun intro to the many, many docs that we have. Either way, I think I have some different, interesting perspectives I can share with you on the RIPE docs with the help of some data visualization. So I should have taken this. Yes. A quick intro to the RIPE docs. They're the documentation we have on what we do, how we do things. We have different types of docs depending on the purpose of the doc. Currently, we have 847 RIPE docs. 2 of them were published last week, and they're missing in the rest of my slides. So whenever you see 845, just keep in mind that we actually have 847 as of last week. And if you're curious, you can find them all in the RIPE document store, where I've been spending most of my time online lately, so I totally recommend it. Before I move on to the more recent docs we have, I want to mention a few of the earlier docs to remind you all where we come from. RIPE 001 definitely deserves a mention, the first RIPE document written in 1989. It's the RIPE terms of reference, simply laying out what RIPE is, what RIPE does, what RIPE is for. 2 years later, we have RIPE 35. It's the first RIPE NCC activity plan written by Rob Bloxile. And here I want to share a screenshot from this doc with you. This is the section where it talks about the activities the NCC should support. On number 1, we have keeping the RIPE document store, which is the first mention of the doc store in the RIPE docs. And on number 3, it reads, RIPE meeting attendance is expected to be on the order of 40 persons in the near future. Yeah, I also find that amusing. When you're already far in the future, it's nice to read these kind of stuff. One more doc I want to share comes from 2 more years later. It's RIPE 80, titled Hotel List Amsterdam. You can expect that it's a list of hotels in Amsterdam. So clearly, things have changed, and understandably so. All of these docs were written more than 30 years ago. But it's not just us that changed. It's also the docs that have changed. What constitutes a doc and how we write the docs have also changed quite a bit in the more than 30 years that has passed since these docs. All of that is an anecdotal intro, but as a data person, I really want to confuse you with lots of data points. So here we go. Here you see all of the docs, again, missing the 2 that were published last week. Each box represents 1 RIPE document. We have all the way from RIPE 001 to 845, and they're colored by the type of documents they are. They look very independent and separate from each other, but they're actually pretty connected. As one doc updates the other, they have these like relationships. So you can imagine like a lot of lines connecting them, but you can't see them here. Now, clearly, there is history in these boxes, but I'm also going to argue that there's history outside of these boxes. Either way, it's a quite complex history when you consider there are so many boxes. So let's focus on the active policies that we have. Currently, we have 17 active policies, but one of them was published last week, so 16 active policies on the screen right now. I plotted them on a timeline. So each of these rectangles is one policy. They all reach the right side of the slide because that's where we are today. Some of them are longer. Those are the policies that were published earlier, and the shorter ones are more recent policies. But most of these policies actually updated earlier versions of themselves, which I see as sort of like doc relationships. They have predecessors, successors. There's like branching ins and outs, which I see as families. And when we plot those docs, it reaches all the way back like this and creates this view. So all of the docs that they're related to on the timeline. It's still kind of complex, so we can focus on the family at the top, which I will very unofficially call the most important family in this group. So here we have the family, a family of docs, again on the same timeline. Each of these rectangles is a ripe doc. They start in the, or they start when they were published and go all the way until they were obsoleted, unless of course they are active documents, in which case they reach the right side of the slide. I want to walk you through the timeline. We have ripe 65. It's the oldest doc in this family. It's laying out the internet number registration procedures. Later on, it evolves, merges with another line, and creates RIPE 185. It's a pretty comprehensive document covering multiple topics, which must be why you decided to branch it out into 4 lines of documents and created these lines that reach until today. The 3 lines on the top are policy lines, which eventually created 3 of the active policies that we have today. And the line in the bottom is a procedure line for changes in the registry. This is address policy, so I want to focus on the IPv4 address policy line. As you can see, there are a lot of white lines. Those are the borders of the docs. It shows that you've been busy and you were updating this policy quite a lot. And if we focus on several of them, you can remember that we had some noteworthy docs here. We had 509 when we introduced the /22 per LAR policy. 604 came with a lot of discussion, the no-need policy, removing the need-based allocations. Later on, 649, it's the 24-month wait period before you can transfer resources. 725, where we introduced the waiting list, and the /24 per LAR after the waiting list. That's what I see when you're close and focusing on these docs separately. But when I take a step back, I see kind of a different picture. That is kind of a big picture that makes me think this family of docs are kind of representative of our evolution. In the beginning, we have documents that are laying out things, how we do things, establishing all the things that we're doing. Later on, things get more complex, more detailed. We branch out documents, we refine them again and again. And more recently, things have been getting calmer, so it's another box in this view. But again, this is a view looking at one family of RIPE documents. And documents are not the only thing that we have. We also have working groups and mailing lists. Here, I want to focus on 3 of them. Again, they are plotted on a timeline. Each stroke here corresponds to 1 email that was sent to one of these mailing lists. So if you see more orange, they're more closer together. It means that there is more traffic around that time in that mailing list. And if you see a more white scattered around view, it means it's a relatively quieter time for that mailing list at the time. So what happens here is in 2003, LAR working group was split into address policy and NCC services. And before it was split, you can observe that it was getting quite busy. And this is probably the reason you decided to split into 2 different working groups. This is also around the time when we have RIPE 185, the comprehensive doc that was split into 4 branches. After the split, we also see that address policy has stayed busy for quite some time as you were refining the policy. And again, we can see a similar kind of eras or evolution but similar to when we were looking at the family of docs plotted on a timeline, as well as now when we look at the traffic on the mailing lists plotted on a timeline. More on address policy. Again, this is a timeline for the traffic in address policy mailing list. The orange line is the number of emails that were sent to the mailing list over time. It's irregular. We have several peaks, 4 of which I've identified to be caused by policy proposals that you discussed here. So some people author docs, but more of you are actually discussing them on the mailing lists. And for these 4, 2 of them were actually accepted and became policies, 2 policies that I mentioned earlier. And the other 2 were withdrawn. So we say that there is history in the RIPE documents, but people on the mailing lists also shape this history by discussing these policy proposals and also rejecting them. And after these peaks, again, we could observe the calm period in the traffic here as well. Although it's not all calm, because remember, all of the policies and their families plotted together. All the way in the bottom, there is voluntary transfer log that was published in 2023. It suggests that you act when you see a need to do so. It's not always calm. And that was just the policies. Anyways, there are different types of docs, and they're going on. We have all these colors of boxes, and I want to highlight several of them for you. For example, these are all the informational RIPE docs that we have. As you can see, they're mostly on the top. It's mostly more in the beginning of the community as we were laying things out and explaining. If we focus on the policies, you'll see that they're mostly in the middle, scattered around, probably also with the contributions of this working group. And lately, we have more governance docs. And here, I want to remind you once again the first RIPE NCC activity plan, where Rob Loxile expected a participation of 40 people at the RIPE meetings. And here we are now. So clearly, we've grown quite a bit, and it comes with more responsibility in a way. We probably cannot rely on mutual understandings of what we do, how we do things as easily as we could 30 years ago. So we need strong governance docs to clear things up, to avoid misunderstandings, make it easier for newcomers, and overall look more professional. It all suggests some kind of a maturity as a community, and even more meaningful when you think that they're mostly approved by the community. But again, docs are not all of the story, because between the docs, you are creating peaks on the mailing list, like we saw, coming up to the mic, rejecting policy proposals, and overall adapting to changes as a community. So I want to leave you with some of these thoughts. From this presentation, I would say, along with the mailing lists, RIPE docs represent the evolution and history of our community. We see a certain trend in different types of documents, more informational as we were establishing, more policies as we were refining how we do things, and lately more governance as we are clearing things up a bit more. Speaking of policies, seems we reached somewhat of a plateau, which is also due to the IPv4 runout, but we have proposals on IPv6 and ASN, so things are going on. Understandably, there was more traffic when we were setting things up and less so when we stabilize, although that comes with exceptions, because it seems like you act when you see a need to do so, by writing docs, discussing docs, and even rejecting docs. Before I welcome your questions and comments, I want to say that I'm intending to keep going on with this analysis overall on the docs, not necessarily about policies. So please tell me what you find interesting about this topic, what you would like to see in an analysis, and maybe you have things that you can share with me that I wouldn't know that you can tell me with your experience. So please let me know. I'll be around, and also my email address. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is excellent work. I already got comments in the chat and from the room that that your analysis reflects what people actually felt back then. And I think Sander and Gert found themselves in these slides. But let's open the floor for questions, I think.
Brian Nisbet, HEANet. As a lapsed historian, this is wonderful. Thank you for this. I think that, as you mentioned yourself, this is exactly the kind of thing that is a great introduction to the state we are in now as a community, as work, and I think something that would be great to see shown to newcomers really clearly and obviously. And I know I'll be sharing this piece, and I think it is a fair reflection there. I think the piece around also the fact that we don't throw documents away. We update them, we keep them, and I know that was being talked around ICP2 and that document store as well. I think it's a fantastic example of archiving, which is of huge use to not just to us, but to people who will look in times in the future and go, why the hell did they do that? So thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Tom Strix, Cloudflare. This is amazing work. I love it. It's the best thing. I think it's amazing that we're able to kind of just look back at things and acknowledge what has come before. And I think that's incredibly important as a community that we don't always do. So it's amazing that you're doing this. Thank you. I would love to see, like, as a follow-up that, we do this every year, at least once. I think that'd be awesome to just kind of like, hey, this is a thing that, has been happening. And maybe a suggestion to kind of look at members discuss and see how conversations grow from initiating at members discuss and then eventually moving into either the individual working group mailing lists or conversations at right meetings or policy documents that come out of that. I think would be really interesting analysis to come out of this. But either way, this is amazing work and I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Peter Hessler, I'm the co-chair of the database working group, and I want to comment that while we don't publish policies per se, a lot of the work in the database working group is based on what we call NWIs, numbered work items. And so I wondered if you, one, included that in your current analysis, and two, could you include that in your future analysis?
I could look into that. I cannot answer right now, but thank you for the idea.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Samuel Stefan, ex-address policy co-chair. When looking at that timeline, I suddenly realized that all that period with all those busy changes exactly overlaps with my period as a chair, and I just want to leave it to the room whether that's a correlation or causation.
Hi, Will, AS2613. I'm just wondering, so I see that in our way to do things in the community, we have a really good way to archive all those documents, which is really great and really good. I was wondering if at large in other community, maybe we should there's a method to have a way to be sure that we do keep track of those documents and we don't lose it, because it's part of our history, and I think we need to keep that on the long run. And I'm wondering if you have like ideas or views on how we could think about a good archiving method for all those documents which are not in place anymore, also in other community.
It is in the document store, even the obsoleted docs, so you can find them there. But
yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Hisham Ibrahim, RIPE NCC. Thank you, Ilka, for this. This was very useful. You asked about future work that you can do here and ideas, and I'm pitching this not just to you, but also to the room. Jan Zorge and I have been talking for some time about a B Club, about how we do decision-making and consensus in the RIPE community. I think with this work, we can actually put out something really useful, which, with my public policy hat on, is very, very useful, not just within this community, but externally as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have questions online? Okay. Yeah, again, thank you very much also for the very polite way you described the current phase as calm. Because, I mean, this makes our lives so much easier compared to what you've been going through, declaring consensus amount. around a couple of emails makes our life easier. But honestly, for me, this was very reflective to see that we may actually want to see what we do about engagement and getting people back to policy discussions, not necessarily randomly proposing things, but at least for the things we have, actually really engaged with people. And I think this work really shows us a little bit where we came from, where we are, and it's highly appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now back to our original agenda. We have now Marco from the RIPE NCC, who gives us an update on registration services.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Marco Schmidt. I'm the manager of registration services, exactly 12 o'clock, and I have to get used to this new slot, but I give you the regular update. And one maybe downside of this new slot is I'm aware that I'm standing between you and a potential empty stomach that you want to fill at lunch break. So I will try to keep it concise because I really actually would like to get your feedback on the different topics that I want to talk about at the end of my presentation. I want to talk first about IPv6 assignments, then about legacy without contract. It's a follow-up from the last RIPE meeting. Another idea how we can improve resource holder information, and want to close with a new request form that is coming soon. One advantage actually of this new slot is that we are just after the IPv6 working group, and actually if you were here in this room in the morning, Jen gave a presentation exactly about this new deployment mechanism that exists in IPv6 that seems to gain traction, so I don't have to worry, try to explain something technical where I'm definitely not as good as Jen. So if you're more interested in the technical background, please look up her slides. In a nutshell, there is an IPv6 deployment mechanism taking traction where devices will get a /64 subnet. Each device can get a 64 subnet. And while this is probably good for IPv6 deployment, it's something that could potentially conflict or should be considered for the v6 policies. First off, so far, there's a general understanding that the /48 is large enough for basically almost every end site because you can grow there a lot. However, if you think about a university, and I looked up here in the University of Bucharest, there are around 30,000 students. If this university wanted to roll out this prefix delegation, and they have around 30,000 students, and they have a laptop, they have a mobile, they have a tablet, it would be easily 100,000 64s, which is already 47. And that's in itself not really an issue. It's possible to give larger assignments than the 48, but currently there are additional justification requirements implemented in the RIPE policies for larger assignments. The more serious impact is actually for IPv6 PI holders, because you cannot do sub-assignments in IPv6 PI, and on the top you see the current wording in the policy that states really clear it's okay to give a single IP address to a client, to a guest, and so on, but you cannot give prefixes. So basically, if an IPv6 PI holder would want to deploy prefix delegation per client, they would violate the current IPv6 policy. For PA users, there's a solution. There's this aggregated by LAR, so the named university could create such an INET6num object and then indicate that everybody gets a /64. And again, I think that is not just limited to a few universities. You can think about an airport with a guest net, shopping malls, also large companies. So it's really something to be considered. And if you think that is something that a protocol, and normally there's a bit of separation between the RIPE community and the protocol community, I want to say, but if it is something that should be considered, because if there's a feeling, well, the policy is fine, we keep the current rules, it basically prohibit IPv6 PI holders to use this new deployment method, which is quite some interference in network design. And of course, we then also have to be clear what guidance, for example, our training department, or also you, give to enterprises that might want to deploy this mechanism. On the other hand, if there's a sensation, a feeling that yes, we should allow it, there's of course the risk that internet service providers might think, oh, that's perfect. I connect all my customers with the /64 to the internet, which goes quite against a lot of recommendations how to give broadband customers internet connection via IPv6. And also in the IPv4, we have a similar story in the past before the run out. We had quite some ISPs that say, oh, it's much cheaper to use PI to connect all my customers with it. So there could be a similar challenge coming up here. And if you feel there is a change needed, how to do it. So policy proposal to maybe review the sub-assignment definition, or should be the registration service just a bit more relaxed. Although looking at the wording of the policy, that would mean we have to turn a blind eye. So I'm really curious for your opinions about that. I'm also curious for your feedback on the following topic, which is about legacy. Now, from IPv6, we go way back into the past, because IPv4 NDS numbers have been handed out before the WIPE-NCC exists, before the current RAR system exists, and these are usually referred as legacy resources. And in 2014, a policy was accepted, reached consensus, what services the WIPE-NCC provides to such legacy resource holders, and also what contractual relationships they can have. And they can have a direct one, sign a contract with the WIPE-NCC. They can have an indirect one, sign a contract with a member that then sponsors them. And they also have the option for no contract. And I want to focus on this last group right now. So we currently have around 2,400 IPv4 ranges. And in our internal records, we see they are used by around 1,600 holders. And putting this in a bigger perspective, this represents around 5% of all IPv4 space that we have in our region. And the most important challenge is there, we don't really have, at least in the public, verified data. There's nothing verified in the WIPE database. So I'm putting here an example, a real example. So if you look at it, you don't see much. You probably, if you're a bit experienced in the WIPE database, you can get out some contact information, but you really don't know who is the resource holder of this legacy block. And this, and during the last WIPE meeting in Lisbon, I explained a bit more in detail. It creates quite some challenges. First of all, the accuracy is really not there. So, and basically in one of 20 IPs that are searched in a WIPE database, you don't get verified information. It impacts a lot the WIPE-NCC operations, not just in my team that have to deal if somebody of these resource holders wants to make an update, wants to do a transfer, that we have to go back in time to get all the documentation, but also for our software engineers that have to develop a lot of additional steps to, for example, just publish the country code for inter-IR transfer for legacy resources. And I presented it at the last WIPE meeting, and there was a general feedback that, yes, that is something that should be looked into. Please come up with some potential solutions, but please also keep it for now in the current framework. And so that was a challenge, and we try to keep the balance. And I want to propose right now here an initial concept. So I want to really stress that there will be corner cases. We also don't really have plotted out a timeline and so on. We just want to involve you at this early stage to see if you think we are going in the right direction, and if we also can get some more guidance from you. So the idea that we are having is that we would contact all those 1,600 resource holders of legacy without contract and ask them to verify if the data that we have in our internal records are correct, or if they can document that the current holder or user of these legacy resources actually got it rightfully from the resource holder that we have in our records. And we will get some responses that will confirm that. And of course, we will get people that might not respond, or that they cannot document the changes to the current user. After a certain period, we would then add to each of those legacy objects resource objects an organization object, a so-called co-maintained objects like we do already now for all other internet number resources. Co-maintained means that certain attributes are maintained by the RIPE NCC, and for the ones that we could verify, we would show who is the verified legacy resource holder. We also probably would add or we plan to add a remark that it has been verified. And then, of course, we have all the regular contact information maintained by the resource holder, like basically all the other organization objects that we have right now. But of course, we will have the ones that did not respond or couldn't verify. There we cannot publish an organization name because not verified. We would make that clear. We also would make a comment there that's not verified and also maybe give some indication for the resource holder how to verify it. And then also see what will be the reactions from them. And somehow this would work like a, I want to say, quality mark, because we even get occasionally contacted by some legacy resource holders and ask us, oh, can you please confirm to this potential buyer that I'm the rightful resource holder? And yeah, currently that is not really possible. I see a couple, actually quite a lot of pros, but also a couple of cons on that one. In this way, we would really show to the public the most recently verified legacy resource holders. It really helps to clearly identify them. It also protects those resource holders because, yeah, it's clear that they went through you and not just somebody who gets access to the maintainer can change all the information. It would ensure consistency with all the other internet number resources that we are maintaining, which also helps, by the way, a lot with our software development, and also it would help with processing requests from these legacy resource holders. Downside would be that in this approach, we will not manage to clear all 2,400 resources of them, because some will simply not respond, and the remaining ones still will be vulnerable as today. And of course, some legacy resource holders might be a bit reluctant to change because we all are sometimes a bit conservative. So also on this one, I'm looking forward for feedback, as I do for another idea that we are having a bit. It was boiling in our minds since a while, and recent discussions also on the web list brought it up again. How can we improve information of all the resource holders? I put up here the organization object of the RIPE NCC, so because I know we will not object to publish that one. And you see here what I circled. There are some areas in light blue, which are attributes, values that the RIPE NCC manages. So this must be verified by us, and then we show it in that way. So we show that what is the legal organization name, we show what is the country of legal registration, also the organization type. And the white part is maintained by the resource holder, which already sometimes causes confusion because a company might be registered for whatever reason in the Seychelles, but of course their postal address might be in the UK. But even the blue part is not always as uniquely identifiable as somebody might think, because in a couple of countries, it is possible that there are several companies who have the same or very similar organization names, usually ones that have countries with different local business registries. I looked it up. For example, over the years, we had 5 members from Russia with the name Star Telecom. They were partially related, but also partially completely in different areas. So just knowing a name and the country might not always help. Also, sometimes names are very similar. I'm from Germany. We love compound words, and this can be confusing. For example, a very typical company name in Germany is Gesellschaft für Datenverarbeitung, which is company for data processing. But then there also can be Datenverarbeitungszentrum, Datenverarbeitungscenter, and so on. So it easily can get confusing. And on top of what I mentioned before, that the difference between information managed by the resource holder and information managed by us sometimes seem to be conflicting while they are not. And I have now one idea. I mentioned your proposal, but I don't really necessarily mean in the term of policy proposal. And this, oh, I just lost my screen here, but there it is. basically for all legal organizations, we have, for more than 99%, we have unique publicly available company registration numbers. I want to be clear, natural persons are completely out of scope of this because there's a GDPR, these are personal information. So I'm talking here only about legal organizations. And a little bit to the 100% are some corner cases, ministries, or some universities. But for almost all, we have company registration numbers. Should we maybe publish them as WIPE NCC managed value, which would then help everybody that is maybe not so familiar with the WIPE database to much more easier and clearer identify who is the resource holder. If you think that this is a good idea, what is the right way forward? Should it be a full-blown policy proposal? Should it be like what Hans-Peter referred to, a numbered work item, because it likely would need a new attribute in the WIPE database? Or should it be even something else? Now, moving on to my last topic, and conscious of time, I keep it short. Talking about end users, so you know we have many resource holders, and you don't have to be a member to be a resource holder. You can get so-called independent resources, and you need for that a member that sponsors your relationship with, so you have a relationship with a member, and then they keep us updated. And overall, we have 20,000 such contracts between members and end users. And our members can end this contractual relationship at any time and inform us that the sponsorship has ended, either because the resource is not needed anymore, or because the end user went out of business, or simply the contract has ended. And I put up here a graph of how this information that sponsorships are stopped are being relayed to the WIPE NCC. You see the orange line, yellow-orange line, how it went last year. So also related to the fact that the fees for such independent resources went up. I guess much more members looked into their records and informed us to stop certain sponsorships, and it increased towards the end of the year dramatically. So basically in the last 2 months, 60% of this sponsorship, stopped sponsorship requests were submitted. And the blue line is how it's going so far. It's a bit below average or below last year, but if you look at October, it's extrapolated. We're already on par, so I do expect again a huge peak by the end of the year. Looking back what happened last year, with this peak, of course, it created a huge workload for my team. There was still a lot of manual work included. They had to manually unsponsor. They had to get the contact information of the end user. They had to create a new ticket to reach out to the end user. And also what happened were quite some copy and paste errors. Some members sent us a list of 15 end users. They stopped sponsoring. They copied the wrong one. We unsponsored the wrong one. Also sometimes in my team, somebody maybe similar looking AS numbers, they unsponsored the wrong ones. And all this resulted in quite some delays for this request and other requests, and also quite some frustration on the member side, but also in my team. I will now get very quickly what we will do now. In a few weeks, probably next week or latest in 2 weeks, we will introduce a new stop sponsorship. And I have here some screenshots how it will look like. I will jump over this because we're a bit over time. But it basically will allow you to select the end user, even the resources. You can give additional contact information to us. A new ticket will be created. And what is new is that at the moment you send us the request, the resources will be unsponsored. So you don't have to wait for any review by an analyst, because actually there's nothing to evaluate. You have the right to unsponsor, you do it. So this will be the first real registry self-service that we offer you. Maybe you remember yesterday Hans-Peter's update at WIPE NCC Services. We are looking in more self-service opportunities, options. This will be the first one. It will greatly reduce the risk of copy and paste errors and other oversights. It reduced the workload in my team, which is highly appreciated by them. And what I want to ask you, I will send an extra announcement, probably also via Labs article once it's there. Then please only use this online form. give us the latest contact information that you have. We will use the one from the web database, but if you have something newer, that's always welcome. And also please spread the word about this new request form in your group, in your peers, and so on. That's the end of my presentation, and now I really would like to hear some comments, feedback, and I'm happy to see people going to the mics. I list here the different topics, and yeah.
Thank you, Marco.
Thank you.
So as we have a remote participant, we have 10 minutes. I think for now we will be good. Should we start remote?
Hello,
Yes.
Marco.
Hola.
Hola.
Please remind us who you are.
Sorry, Jordi Palet. Regarding RFC 9663, I think the question for large enough justification, I don't see a problem, because when you make the request to the NCC, you mentioned that you are allowing RFC 9663 in your network, and you are done, right? So that should not be resolved. Now, regarding the PI, well, flashback time. In 2018, I already sent a policy proposal to fix that, because at that time we already had another RFC that is still current that allows this instead of DHCP using array. It was mentioned also this morning in the IPv6 session. This is RFC 8273. Basically, what happened is I had two versions, I think, in discussion, and I was, let's say, heavily pushed by the chairs at that time to withdraw it. My fault accepting the pressure. I should have not done that, as clearly I was right at that time, and surprised we are here back with the same problem. Meanwhile, probably, as you already mentioned in your presentation, some folks are either violating the current policy, or even worse, avoiding IPv6 deployments because they cannot do it right. So clearly, I have already a draft for a policy proposal to fix that. I will circulate it probably later on today in the list. And we should learn a lesson from that, is that we cannot be in the middle of facilitating the IPv6 deployment. We as a community must ensure that we are upfront any possible issues with policies, not late. We cannot resolve the problems later on. We need to fix the problems when we already perceive that they are going to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordi.
At the same time, let's start over there.
Doesn't work. Yes. Emanuele Iovini, Europol. I have two questions and two comments. One is about legacy. 5% seems a lot to me. So to not understand who is behind the resource, 5% is really a lot, and it can cause really a lot of harm, because I don't know who can commit crime with those IPs, how they are used. So I will like the community to start a technical assessment to see how this can be addressed, how these people can be, just to have a normal contract, even if they are given for free in the past, these resources, at least to know who is the holder of these resources. Second one, I really like the part about improving resource holder information. I already thought about a similar path, like adding this ID of the company to the database. Maybe it could be copied directly from the registry, if this is put mandatory. So I will want to join about this, in this discussion. I have some ideas, a whole list of benefits about that, especially for law enforcement and for agencies and governments. So not only for the community, but also for us, this is a really good step forward. So if you want to speak with me, go on this. I can give you a lot of reasons why this is a good thing. So for me, thank you for this, and go on.
Thank you, Emmanuel. And just to clarify, yes, I definitely will find you. Regarding those 5%, we agree, 5% is a lot. As a web industry, we have a pretty good idea who is the resource holders, often academics and so on, but indeed, to the public, it's not visible yet. Thank you.
Hi, Gerd Döring, somewhat involved in policy in the past. This is the first time I took my laptop with me, because I had to, you had so many different things.
Sorry.
So first thing is on the legacy resource holder. I think it's a good proposal because it's balanced. Not too much work, not too much impact, but if they are willing to help, it will improve things. If they are refusing to cooperate, we are not worse than before. So there is an improvement in this, and it's low effort. Contacting 1,600 people is still not low effort, but I think it's worth it. On the organizational data, I think that's reasonable. I would like to have sort of like an impact analysis if there's like legal consequences of that, but my gut feeling says this is a good thing. And the last one is the stop sponsoring request form. I'm in the middle of a discussion with a former ex-customer that has resources, and there's tickets open with the NCC and all that. So when that goes live and you click on, I want to have these resources deregistered, please make sure that the system can see that there's an open ticket for these resources. Because I'm fairly sure there's lots of ongoing tickets where at some point it will just deregister and then making sure that the other ticket gets notified. That would be useful. Besides that, good plan.
Thank you. And just to clarify, what will happen automatically is only the unsponsoring. The deregistration will be regular. Good, yeah. And okay. And also, thank you for your other feedback. Definitely, when we would decide to move ahead with the two proposals, we will publish more details and so on. It's what indeed we want to involve you at this early stage to get your input. Yes.
Yeah, make it clear on the microphone again. I was not meaning to say deregister, but unsponsor. So cut the ties to the LIR, and then the resource is still there, still owned by the holder. And if they cannot find a new sponsoring LIR, that's their problem, but not my problem. But it's not deregistered. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. We do Peter, then you two, and then we are closing the queue.
Peter Hessler, resource holder and Lear maintainer. As far as improving resource holder information, we as a company need to register our ID number within the Lear portal, and that's clarified with the NCC. Instead of publishing this within the database, potentially this could be published from the member page, because we have both the database available via Whois and RDAP, but also the NCC publishes a list of all the members with their certified information, and that could be published there as an alternative to purely the database. It also makes it incredibly clear who's responsible for updating the information, who has validated it. Whereas with Whois, if you're especially using text or third-party clients, it is unclear and can be very non-obvious of who is responsible for this data.
Thank you.
Jerminkova, someone who doesn't come here often. Thank you very much for being proactive. I really didn't expect that, because yeah, people did raise concerns about, oh, we cannot deploy PD per host because policy does not allow that. And I'm a simple network engineer. The difference between multiple /128 and 1/64 confuses me. So I would, if I can do anything to help, I'm happy, obviously, to do this. I would love to hear from people who actually want to deploy this, would like to deploy this, but could not because of the policy. And I think, yeah, if people have an operational model for this, so I personally think the policy should reflect operational reality and practices. So, but I'm obviously biased. And I say, Gordon's in the queue.
Thank you, Jim.
We kind of close the queue.
Clara Wade, AWS, speaking for myself. Thank you, Marco. Great proposals. I am in favor and echo the sentiment that verifying the details, and especially if you're doing it as an option, should solve a lot of the problems there. As part of the charging scheme task force, we also saw a lot of data, and we are aware of kind of a situation in the industry where legacy status can be inherited in RIPE, and therefore that is a loophole that certain actors are using to avoid paying fees, avoid the 24-month lock that prevents flipping and speculation. And also inter-RAR needs-based policy, although that might be a bit of a misinterpretation. But we've been, Peter and I have been working on a draft proposal to put an end to that. So we'll be posted on the mailing list probably after RIPE 91. But if you have any thoughts or questions, happy to chat. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla.
Real quick, because the queue was closed.
Sorry. I on purpose did not talk on the delegation part. But now with Jen's comment, what's the difference between 128 and the 64? The PI policy did not come without quite a bit of discussion, long discussions. And there was worry in the room that having a cheap way to get addresses would encourage ISPs to run their network on PI and only give their customers too little space. So the PI policy was written in a way that discourage or disallows giving addresses to third parties. And at some point it was clear that if somebody comes to your Wi-Fi and gets an address, this is not really a third party in the sense that you don't want. And it was tied to basically a prefix or an address. So the policy says you should not give people a prefix to discourage DSL stuff like deployments using PI space. This wasn't envisioned.
Life changes. Okay.
Life changes.
Okay.
So this is the scope of the discussions we're going to have, how to make a good PI policy without encouraging things that we don't want. And that would be an ISP running on PI, giving all their customers only a 64.
I highly encourage you to have this discussion in the open mic session and on this, but honestly, thank you for the clarification because I think context is highly relevant here. Okay, with that, we close this session. Thank you, Marco.
Thank you.
And I see you back at 2 o'clock. As usual, while you're rushing out, I have the usual reminders. You can vote for the program committee until 5 o'clock tonight. If you're registered for the NRONC elections, please vote until 9. And you can meet the NRONC representatives on 1:30 in the meet and greet desk. So enjoy your lunch.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the second session of the Address Policy Working Group. We are three co-chairs. Francisca, Alex is modeling participation via MeetEcho, and I am here. Leo, we have three big meaty agenda items in this session, and we also have some time reserved for the open microphone. You will notice that we are in a different time slot than usual. If you want to talk about that in the open microphone, whether that is a good thing for you or not, that is just as welcome as other input that you might want to discuss, including follow-ups on topics discussed in the first session. Just as a reminder, we have a code of conduct. The code of conduct is essentially that we should treat everyone with respect, be polite. And now it's time to move on to our first agenda item of this session. Geordie will be speaking about proposal 2024-2 on expanding initial allocations to /28. So if Geordie is ready.
Actually, Rins is presenting this time.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to get off the stage and you can start speaking. Thank you.
Jordi, if you're speaking, we don't hear you. Okay.
Rins is presenting, not me.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. I am on stage now. Yes, okay. Thank you, everybody from stormy and rainy Netherlands. I hope the weather is much better. In Bucharest, unfortunately, we can't be there, Jordi and me, but we will do the update of this policy proposal remotely. This proposal we started a year ago. It's the IPv6 initial allocation, 28 and extension to 28, and I will give you a short update. First of all, the motivation for this policy proposal, the motivation is that we want to have a revision of the initial V6 allocation to foster IPv6 adoption in the RIPE NCC region, and it's the update of the RIPE 738 document. The main thing about this proposal is that we will like to change the initial allocation size for a PA from a 29 to a 28, and that's a so-called nibble boundary. Nibble boundary, that is the in this case the 8th hexadecimal character that is completely yours. So you have a very easy way of making an addressing plan, because the whole nibble is dedicated to an LER. And also, for example, a reverse DNS delegation will be easier. You can have just one single delegation and don't need to create a lot of delegations if you have a 29. Another thing is that currently for all initial allocation, the RIPE NCC reserves is /26. So there is still space reserved for enlarging the current allocation from 29 to 28. I think that has already been done about 10 years ago. So in this case, 90% of the current allocation can be extended to a 2028. Yeah, the current status of this proposal, it's the 4th version. So we have had some comments and some input, and we updated according to this input. Thank you for that from the community, and also thank you from the RIPE NCC. They also made some impact analysis and gave us some feedback on the version 3 of this proposal. So that's the reason we are now on version 4. This version 4 only has changes to chapter 5.7, and that's the part about the extension for the current allocations. And also we updated the title. So the title has been changed to also add the extension to 28 in the title. Then the policy text. On the left side, you see the current policy text about the initial allocation size. The only thing that is changed in this chapter, 5.1.2, is that we changed the 29 to the 28. So LARs that meet the initial allocation criteria are eligible to receive initial allocation of 32 up to 28. So it's possible for an LAR to choose that they only want to have a 32 if they have not so large V6 requirements, but they can also choose to have a 31, 30, 29, or a 28. So it's up to the LAR during the request what they would like as an initial allocation. Next to that, if you can submit enough documentation that you need larger than a 28, you still can get as an initial allocation. So if you have the, for example, your large telco and you need a lot more address space, and you can prove that you are you need that for your network deployment, then you still can get it. So that also stays the same. Only it changes to a 28. Then the next part, chapter 5 to 7, it's about existing IPv6 address space holders. On the left, you see the old version of the document. It's that LERs that hold one or more allocations are able to request an extension of each of these allocations to a 29 without providing further documentation. What we did is we changed the 29 to 28, but also added an extra sentence that only the allocation that are originally issued directly by the RIPE NCC as a single prefix can request an extension of one of these allocations. So only allocations that are directly issued by the RIPE NCC. So no, for example, you can split up an allocation and transfer that. Those are not eligible to get extended. Only those are directly issued by the RIPE NCC to an LER can be extended, and only one of those. So for example, if you have multiple allocations because of some transfers you have done, you can only choose one of these allocations to be extended to a 28. Yeah, then also the change from the previous version 3 in this chapter. Yeah, we made it a bit more simple. And the main change is that we went back from the member to the LER. In version 3, we decided to use the word member, that only a member that holds one or more allocations, but we got a lot of feedback, for example, from the RIPE NCC that they didn't like that change of wording from LER to member, so we switched it back to LER. And I will explain to you later the reasons we did it. Yeah, explanation for this version change. Yeah, but like I said, LER instead of member, it was strongly advised by the RIPE NCC. They made an impact analysis for version 3 of the document. In this, they stated, removing the LER to member reference is likely to lead to technical and governance complication and therefore considered to be a high impact and a high risk change. And that will have significant impact on the system and processes that we use to implement policies. First of all, they are, yeah, RIPE NCC states that this could be a precedent for further policies. Currently in the policies, they always use the LER word for technical entity. So the member is more the administrative entity, and the LER is a technical entity, and they like to keep that separate. This is the reason we stick back to LER. Next thing, also very important, if we use the word member, then the LER portal, like the name is said, LER portal is always based on LER. So you have an LER portal and you manage one LER, and if you would have one prefix per member, one extension per member, then you need to check, for example, if you have a member with a lot of LERs and one LER extends their 29 to 28, then you have to have some extra checks to see if other LERs under the same member have done that already. So it can create a lot of issues in the current process that NCC uses to manage resources. So that will create a lot of complexity and also need to have extra software changes. And last but not least, also impact on governance and policy enforcements. So this is the last slide. We like to make it very simple. So we went back to LAR. We also made the text a little bit more easy, and now it's just very so the policy for new LARs as well as the current old LARs, it's more the same. So if you start an LAR, you can just get a 28, and if you are an existing LAR, you can always request one extension to a 28. So it's a bit on par, we think. Also, there was a lot of discussion about stockpiling, and last year RIPE NCC also made an extra document about that currently if you have an LAR and want to transfer 29 to another LAR, then you always get the question if you really need that. So they apply the current policy about that you need to provide documentation that you really need that extra 29. So currently RIPE is also asking that if you do a policy transfer, no merger and acquisition, so it's only for policy transfers. And you see also the effects in the graph about the number of policy transfers per year. So it peaked in 2023, 2024, it already went a bit down. And this year it's currently way lower. Although maybe you will have the end of the year transfers, we still expect that this extra check of the RIPE NCC will have the results and will also block the stockpiling. Okay, this is the short update of my presentation. If you have questions or comments, feel free to come to the mic, and Jordi will also join me and also be able to answer the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So, do we have questions in the room and or online? Nothing online yet? Anything? Anyone in the room who wants to comment? So everyone here is fine with what has been proposed? No comments, no additions? Do we have? Okay, so we don't have anything online. We don't have anything here. Then I think we continue this on the list, and we'll jump to our next item. Thank you, Jordi. Thank you, Rins, for presenting. Then next up is Urban with an updated version of 2025-01 ASN assignment criteria revised.
Okay. So this is the update on the ASN requirement policy. Version from me and Tobias, version 2.0 is on the mailing list in discussion phase right now. There is going to be version 3, but we need more feedback from all of you to continue. So to refresh what has been done so far, so me and Tobias were asked by the community at RIPE 18.9 in Prague to look into removing the multi-home requirement with 32-bit ASN numbers. They're not a scarce resource anymore, so our policies maybe should reflect that. So some of the things that have been done in the past maybe are not needed anymore. On the other hand, currently, according to information from RIPE NCC, so this is what RIPE NCC believes, 50% of ASNs are not multi-home, so they don't follow the current policy. There are some caveats to that. Some are just not visible, but let's say just that's the number that the RIPE NCC is using. So with the new, with this policy proposal, the multi-home requirement goes away. But with the multi-home requirement going away, I think we need to look into something else to hold, to block or to limit exponential increases in ASN requests for abusive or bad practices. So so the idea is for the new requirements, so no multi-home, you can single home, but you have to peer with the third party. And with the new routing policy, that includes the prefixes. So if multiple locations, you don't have to use the same ASN anymore. Yeah. So the aim of the policy is also with the current state of the not enforced policy. Many network operators that are not part of this community, well, the ones that know how things work just lie, and I don't think that's okay. And the others that don't are blocked from asking from ASNs because they read the policy and they see they cannot comply, or they see it complex. So the feedback on version 1.0 was that it's too long, that there are unclear requirements for the first ASN and the existing ASNs, and the unclear role and obligations of the RIPE NCC registration services. So this is the current policy, the one actively, not the proposal. So the multi-home requirement. And this is the new one, and it's a bit long if I put it like this. So I'm going to divide it into 3 sections. So the first part applies to the first ASN. LIRs and end users may be issued the first ASN upon request without justification. That basically just acknowledges we have enough 32-bit ASNs. If you need it, you can have it, and we are not going to have a problem with that. Also, we don't know yet how you're going to use it. Yeah, and there is a thing here. It says to note it's end users and LIRs. So if you are part of an organization that has multiple LIRs, you can do this per LIR, and I'll come back to that later. And you can be issued additional ASNs with different criteria. So the new thing, I think maybe the main rewarding in version 2 is the general requirements for ASNs. Before it said in version 1.0, there was the first ASN without justification, the next one, their requirements. It wasn't exactly clear what happens to the first one. So now the idea is the ASN requirements apply to all ASNs, so including the first one and the existing one. And the main thing, as I said before, is peering with a third party. Now, there is one case here that we have noticed is some network operators. So there's the meaning of third party. That there have been many questions on what that means. Essentially, it means not you. And so you shouldn't only single home uplink to yourself. And in most cases, that's okay if you have a global transit network and you have a subsidiary in a certain country. There are 2 separate entities, so this is not yourself. We have noticed some problems. That's why before it says LIR or end user, in case there's an organization that has a global transit network and a domestic network in the same country under the same organization, and there's going to be an example later. We need some feedback on this. We're thinking currently to just split it based on LIR. So that kind of organization, I don't know how exactly are organized right now. I think they mostly have 2 LIRs for the global and for the domestic use case. And if you have, under the current policy, if the ASN is not visible in the GRT, technically there's nothing that says that that's under the policy. So right now it's just you have to provide documentation, and that's fine. Or when we come back to the information from RIPE that ASNs are not multi-homed, you can just provide documentation. How that will be done depends on the registration services. It might be way simpler. So the last section is what you need to do to request an additional ASN. So after the first one, You have to provide a unique routing policy which includes the announced prefixes, as I mentioned already before, and a reason why the existing ASNs cannot, existing inactive ASNs cannot be used. The intention of this is that if you already have ASNs that are not in use, or if they don't follow the policy, did you ask yourself, hey, could we use one of those? And you might be asked that. It's not intended to specifically block, and depending on the decision of the at the discretion of the RIPE NCC, this can be waived. So for example, if you have a case of, well, we just didn't get around to it, the project has been postponed, you write that. If another example is going to be later, if it's if something is a result of a merger, that can also be explained. So next. So this is the whole policy again. Just some parts that were not in that section. So you should use an ASN in 6 months after it has been issued. The intention of this is a bit reversed. It means that for the six months you're off the hook for anything, at least by that's the intention. It doesn't mean that after 6 months you have to return it, but if you, I don't know, you have an audit 3 months later, you say, well, it had 6 months, haven't passed yet, I'm off the hook. Yes, I think this was everything from this session. I already explained what is the what's the meaning of third party. Now, edge cases. So I think that for the typical network, this is a reasonable requirement, peer with a third party. But we have some edge cases that we have mostly uncovered and talked about and were raised during this RIPE meeting. So the first one is what was already mentioned. It's the actually this is 2 cases, but in case this is an example that I found of British Telecom. They have a global transit network, and they have a domestic network under, as far as I know, under the same organization. So in this case, I think the idea is that, and this is absolutely okay. I showed this edge case. This technically falls out of the policy, and this is something that we need feedback on and more examples to figure out what to do. But one of the solutions for this is, if it's a completely separate business unit, which I think in this case is, it could be maybe it already is a different LIR under the same organization. So 2 LIRs per organizations, this could be fine. And on the other hand, actually, this is usually not that big of a problem, because I did pick this kind of graph from BGP tools. This AS is actually present in IXPs in UK, so it does peer, so it is under the policy. But there might be some cases of some ASs that are not. The second case is PlusNet. So PlusNet has been acquired by British Telecom. It used to be an independent network. Now, actually, if you look on the Hurricane Electric one, it just said British Telecom, British Telecom, and British Telecom. And this is also a case, well, this is a bit of a more out of the policy. As far as I know, they want to merge these 2 networks, but this is something that's not intended. This AS does peer with CDN, so it's also technically under the policy, but maybe a bit out. I think that in this case, maybe a bit hand waving and saying, it's been a merger, it's going to take time, eventually it's going to be there. It's maybe not that bad of an example. Then we have edge cases of a special project, like the free transit project by Open Factory. They use a special AS for that. Maybe it's nice for, just so you know, the free transit project gives free transit over usually a GRE tunnel to personal AS number. This is my own AS number, and maybe this is a marker. It's not that bad. But this could also be just put in the Open Factory ASN. So, but But this is technically outside of the current proposal, and we should figure something out. Then you have the VeriSign case. So for a long time, nobody from VeriSign didn't talk to me. So I didn't, and they're under Aaron. In VeriSign's case, they, for their A-root DNS Anycast network, they use an ASN number per location. And I thought this was an example, that this was an exception, because I haven't seen it anywhere else. There's actually a best practice RFC on this. And this looks like this. So every location of Anycast only uplinks to the VeriSign transit, AS, which then goes onward. We also have other special projects that I think it also makes sense that they're in a special ASN, even if they're uplinking to the same one. That's a BGP clock. So Antonis wants to move it to a different AS number. So, whoops. So what I've noticed that most of these cases have in common, that that's, I would call it an atypical network. So those are not networks. So if I go back, I think, so, okay, so this is an internet measurement case. This is an internet infrastructure case. Okay, this is different. And this is technically under the policy and just caused by legacy. So maybe these cases that are measurements and these atypical networks, maybe they should just have a special case in the policy. You compare with yourself in case you're running a network for measurement, educational purposes, or like a service that's not meant to connect customers. But this is where we have landed right now. So yeah, questions and feedback, please feedback, so we can figure what to do. But at least I think that the main part of the policy for typical networks is fine. And as I said, there's going to be a V3 where we cover the rest of the cases.
Thank you. Yeah, let's start in the room. Gerd.
Hi, Gerd Düring. Sort of like responsible for the previous AS number policy. When Sandra and I were chairs, we had a policy proposal to simplify what we have, and that didn't fly. So it's good that a new attempt is started. I think that the way it is fine. So putting all the special cases in there is not making a good policy document. So this is clearly short and concise, and you can read it and say, yes, this applies to me. What I would not do is to then retroactively apply this to ASNs that have been given out before. So all the VeriSign cases and PlusNet cases and mergers and acquisitions and all the stuff you find in BGP out there today should not have to be re-evaluated by the new policy, because technically you cannot do that. They have been given the AS number by somebody under certain rules, and you don't change these rules later and say, oh, now you don't fulfill the rules anymore and take it back. We had to do this once with the PI and the contracts, and that was not to everybody's liking, but in generally, basic contract law says you cannot do that unless the contract has a clause that says we can take it back at any time if we feel so, which it doesn't. I'm neutral on the intent itself to make the AS numbers easier to get. I can see that there's demand. I have some reservations on the number of AS numbers showing up in global BGP because they are not free. Even if it's the same number of prefixes, having more AS numbers means other memory used. So it's nothing global is ever free. So but I will not say I don't support this, because I don't think there's much harm in it. What I would like to see, and this is a tricky bit, is to keep the reclaim mechanism by the cost. Because if somebody goes for stockpiling by inventing very nice schemes about he and all his friends peering with each other and using up thousands of AS numbers, if they have to pay $50 per AS number every year, it will be annoying enough to not do that. If you need an AS number for your enterprise, $50 is nothing. But if you make it completely free, we put the burden on the NCC to actually go and chase all these 10,000 numbers every year again and again. So if the policy is loose, we need to have a financial mechanism, which is not for the address policy working group to decide, but we can at least issue a statement towards the board and say, this is important, this is good stewardship. Yeah, that's basically it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe some things of this that, thank you for all the feedback, all will be considered. There's the thing that I'm worried about is I think that 50 euros per ASN for a business is nothing. I don't know how much licensing cost for switches is. They're probably more than 50 euros per year, or like for much of the hardware and software. So yeah, I didn't mention this. I would worry if somebody would come up with like a product that would use public ASNs, I don't know, for internal fabric, or that becoming viable in, I don't know, 5 years. So I'm a bit like 50 euros is great for, let's say, me that run the personal AS. For business is nothing. Mostly this for at least how it is written now, and that can be changed. That's why the feedback is for, is like we kind of need to decide, do we leave everything that has been done until now, as you said, not retroactively looking at things, or the way it's written right now, it could actually technically be blocked from new ASNs because, well, we already have them. And I would like feedback from the community. Should we do that, or should we absolutely not do that? Yeah.
I think that is actually fine, because if somebody comes and says, I have a need, and you say, look, the database says you have 20 AS numbers, why not use one of those? They should have an answer to that. If they say they're all used internally, okay, good answer. If they say, oh yes, we've forgotten about them, even better. Actually, I forgot another comment. You say, and end users. There's devil in that fine print. What is an end user? What makes me different, me Gerd Döring personal, from me Gerd Döring small business? Under German jurisdiction, I'm not the same as me as the company. So am I 2 persons or 3 or 4 or whatever? So identifying what is an end user and what is a different end user might actually be tricky. But it should not go into the policy, because you cannot write up all the edge cases.
Marco, do you want to directly reply? Okay, then we have something from online.
Yes, we do. I have a comment on MeetEcho from Jordi Pale-Martinez, the IPv6 company. Maybe instead of third party, use third party LAR/ISP or different business unit when it's the same organization. Some special cases documented in RFCs and experiments are also supported. I think that covers all possible cases.
Thank you, Jordi, for the feedback.
Then, next.
Yeah, David with Ionos SE. This is more of a comment, not necessarily a question or anything. I am personally in favor of lifting AS restrictions a little bit, because as you've said, the 32-bit AS kind of removed all scarcity, but encouraging the creation of new LARs for specific business purposes isn't something that is I'm terribly in favor of, just because the creation of an LAR also comes with various privileges, such as voting rights in certain scenarios, and for my company specifically, we've got 8 different LARs right now for due to historical reasons with mergers and everything. And right now there's a goal of moving everything into one LAR with the ability to keep our ASNs and still and still have our infrastructure work as it used to before without larger migrations, because of course renumbering is a very large undertaking in large organizations. So it maybe suggest this is of course outside of the scope of this this working group, but maybe this could encourage a exponential pricing model for ASN numbers to prevent hoarders. So, for example, the first ASN just costing €50 a year, the second 75, the third 150, because the large organization isn't going to care about these numbers. But if you start hoarding them and have like hundreds of ASNs, this is going to really upset your balance sheet.
So, so thank you for the feedback. It's a very good point about LIRs, and maybe I should ask Athena later how that works, the specifics. The problem I have is I don't know exactly how to define what is a distinct business unit. If it's a subsidiary, if a company is organized like that, it's a different legal entity, that's clear. If it's a different business unit, I don't know where to draw the line. So the LIR is a result of that, but thank you for pointing that out, because I think we should think a bit more about that. Thank you.
Marco Schmidt, Manager Registration Services, RIPE NCC. We had already some conversation in the hallway, and I mentioned already also there, I think it's good that the current version is not too specific, try to capture all the edge cases, because there always will be another one, and as more specific is a policy, as less flexibility it gives. And the sentence at the end right now is indeed good, because we as SRS, we know quite well what are reasonable edge cases, and then what means then third party, and like with the BT case. So if it stays like this, we can know best, and we handle best, and we do it indeed like what Gerd says. We see somebody has already several ASNs, we ask, they give an answer, and if it makes sense, that's fine. And I think that also takes away concerns about retroactiveness and so on. So I think I would recommend not solving edge cases in the policy.
I have 2 comments from Meetecho. One from Jahongir Jabarov, Babylon T ISP. How will RIPE NCC define and assess intermittent usage cases? For example, how temporary can the use be, and what makes a benefit statement sufficient?
Thank you. That's one of the cases that, yeah, I did not go into that one. So there are cases where research institutions have a 16-bit ASN used for measurements that sometimes pops up every so often when they need it or they run this. Of course, sometimes they just keep it for a longer time so they can do that. The other case is some events have their own AS numbers that happen every year, every 2 years, so on. The general idea is the ASN should be in use, but it's meant as maybe more like not abandoned. If an AS is allocated for one purpose and it's used once per year only for this, I think that's okay. As said before, if they want to pay for the €50 per year, that's fine. And most of the time, those ASNs are, well, either properly in use or out of the GRT where they don't cause memory problems and so on. That's what's meant with that.
Marco, do you want to respond before I ask the next?
Yeah, sure. Marco Schmidt, RIPE NCC. Yeah, we also talked about this one. There is actually another policy out there for temporary assignments, including AS numbers. So that was one concern, that people might get confused. What is an intermittent usage? What is good enough? What not? So we might have to think about it in the impact analysis. Also, what I mentioned, that the temporary assignment policy works. So somebody who needs every year for a yearly conference an AS number and IP4 range can get it. So, but also, for example, we would not be super strict if an ASN is requested and somebody says, oh, we have several conferences over the year, yeah, we can get it. But there is a bit an overlap with another policy that maybe needs to be also discussed. That might be confusing.
So I would just like to add, what I would imagine what's the intent with the benefit statement is we need to, like, for example, with the 16-bit ASN, we need to measure stuff with the 16-bit ASN, and that's why we have it reserved for our research, and sometimes we do that research. I think that's a good enough benefit statement for that.
And I have a comment from Jordi Pale Martinez, the IPv6 company. I partially disagree with Gert. I'm not asking for re-evaluating previous cases, which in any case is fully supported because members are bound to policy changes by service agreement. Otherwise, we can never change policies. However, same or similar cases must be supported in the future. This is archived with the text I just wrote in my previous point.
Hi, Sander Stefan speaking as an old address policy person. So the previous time the ASN policy came up, one of the was that people might request 1 million ASNs because there was no rate limit. These days, there's a fee attached to the ASNs. So, well, if somebody wants 1 million ASNs, please keep sponsoring the NCC. But what problem are you trying to solve with your assignment criteria? Because why do we need complex assignment criteria at all at this point? What is the problem we're solving with it?
I believe that 50 euros is not something that would stop somebody that would want to stockpile ASNs.
So?
It's a hard question. But an example that was given for IPv6 is that there could be a shadow RIR. I don't think we'll have that for ASNs though, but still I would avoid somebody deciding to use. So I think that ASNs should be used, well, similar to now when they connect to the public internet, when they are outward facing, and an internal network should continue to use private ASNs. And as I said before, I think that 50 euros per ASN would not stop that in some cases.
Okay, thank you. So from what I've been hearing also in the hallways, that is definitely the fundamental question we probably also should take to the list, because then everyone can really participate. And in order to facilitate people to engage in your discussion, let's just quickly recap what are your next steps, because what we've heard here so far roughly is that the current version people seem to be interested in, but you listed more cases. Is your plan now to go and cover them in the new version, or just 20 seconds?
Yeah, so the next steps is, of course, going through everything again. Well, I would like to ask for as much feedback on the email list as possible, because this is not, I'm doing this for the community. I'm not putting this on others. The next step is, I think, for edge cases is maybe one sentence, cover all of them. Those are special cases, and cover them by that, and open the door for experimental usage like that. I think that's mostly it. Some parts might be removed from this based on the feedback if it specifies too much.
Okay, thank you. So this is for us to have a way forward to know what we expect, and after this we're closing this.
We might actually put a sentence in there that says AS numbers are given out freely without any criteria, as long as there's a yearly fee attached by the general membership. If that fee goes away, the AS number policy stops being effective and we stop handing out AS numbers. I'm curious to see the impact analysis on that.
So what if we write that this policy starts applying only if the fee doubles?
As long as there's a fee. So in the end, it doesn't matter if the fee is 10 euro or 100 euro or 50 euro. It's inconvenient enough to have to pay something every year that you consider whether you really want it. Even if it's just €5, but you have to do it every year, it's annoying. And to teach your accounting department to pay these €5 every year will be a painful exercise. If you need the AS number, fine. If you don't need it, you don't do that. And indeed, as Sandra said, we could do away with most of the criteria if we just say, but it must have a reclaim fee. But that is, we cannot decide this, but we could do put it in the policy and say it's free as long, and then put the burden on the AGM.
I'm sure many people will be pleased by that suggestion. Do we have something online? Or Leo, what are you waving?
We have a request for Tobias to speak in the queue.
Ah, okay. Then can we let Tobias unmute?
So first of all, Tobias Sieblich, Max Planck Institute for Informatics, speaking for myself and the co-author of this proposal. To respond to the idea just voiced concerning tying fees to the policy, I think what this would result to can be broadly summarized as too much text. And as such, I would very much caution against that.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I think you will take this on the list further. Thank you so much. And the next one is Clara, and she will present an updated version of 2024-01 on IPv6 PI assignment.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. The original author of this policy proposal was Tobias Fiebig. He can't be here today, but he's online, as you just heard him. I mostly joined as a co-author to edit the proposal based on some feedback that we got back from the discussion. So if you were present at RIPE 90, you might remember Tobias's slide with the spaghetti bowl to represent kind of where the discussion was headed after the initial version of the proposal. So I tackled it and made 3 bigger changes. So the first one was following feedback from the community. It seemed that defining ENSITE or redefining it was going to be a bigger discussion. So we decided to just spin that off into a separate proposal. The second change was in section 7.1, we made some changes to the language so that it's simpler. And we also removed 7.1.3. And the third one is really just aiming for more conciseness and removing some redundant statements from there, trying to make it more readable. So going back to the first bigger change, PI and PA have a joint ENSITE definition, and the proposed section in 2.1, as I said, was making a case to differentiate them. Most of the counter arguments that we received in the mailing list to this proposal kind of seem to be zeroing in on that issue being bigger than what it was being proposed in the language there. So yeah, we, as I said, decided to separate that into another proposal that will be coming up. And aside from that, we also simplified 2.6 to make some clarifications on what are the permitted and non-permitted PI assignment use cases. The second change regarding 7.1, so there was broadly consensus on introducing PI assignments at the enable boundary and having an aggregation principle for PI. Some concerns were expressed regarding right-sizing PI assignments. For instance, if someone actually just needs a /46, but they're getting a 44, that's a lot of unused space. In reality, we need to remember that the scale of IPv6 is massive, and we're setting them up for the long term. I don't think I can even say that number, but 11 zeros right there. And aside from that, if there's a section in 7.1 as well That's 7.1.2, where we were discussing what happens if the extension to the next nibble boundary can't be granted because that space is unavailable. There was more prescriptive language originally that kind of stated the organization or the operator would need to renumber in order to get a bigger assignment. While we still aspire for that, obviously, we made this more of a may rather than a should in terms of them being granted that space. And in a similar vein, 7.1.3 was also too prescriptive about how we're handling those that have existing PI assignments, and policy really can't micromanage how the NCC implements in there. And so we removed 7.1.3 because it was also reiterating a lot of concepts that were already addressed in 7.1.2. And yeah, in general, we removed some redundant statements, and we kind of combined all the purpose and considerations that were previously listed under each proposed new policy change into one, essentially because the concepts and the rationale behind it are still the same. And yeah, please read the new version. I posted it on the mailing list. We are down to 6 pages, so hopefully it's easier to take a look at it, because last time we heard from a lot of people that they just couldn't dedicate the time to read it. So yeah, so far we got 1 response to the mailing list, 1 off, but generally the feedback has been, you know, how would the requirement of it being the same geographical insight be implemented? There's a suggestion of perhaps the geolocation attribute. And yeah, another one that would be sent to the database working group. But yeah, if there are any comments or questions. Oh, and the new version will be posted after RIPE 91 for everyone to review. But yeah, it is available on the mailing list.
Okay, thank you, Clara. Do we have immediate feedback in the room? Okay, so nobody had time to read the 3 pages version, maybe? Do we have anything online? No? Okay. Okay, nothing online? Okay. Beth, I think.
Thank you.
You're released. Thank you so much. And we continue on the list with this. If I'm not completely mistaken, that brings us to the open mic session. Exactly. So we have a lot of time left for all the things you want to bring up. Want to talk about time slots, new proposals, ideas, things we should do different.
Hello, Rado Ferdinand from FrontSex. I have a, let's say, question to the community. We hit an issue with the policy. Current policy does not allow transfer of IX blocks for the moment. So my question is, there are some cases, and we hit one of those cases, where we want to transfer, basically to transfer one IX from an entity to another. It stays as an IX, but the one that is doing all the work is another entity. And this is not permitted. Well, there has to be some form of merger acquisition, which may or may not be the case. We hit one of the cases when it is not the case. So my question is it worth a policy that says that IXP blocks can be transferred by keeping the same conditions as the initial ones? So it's still an IX, it stays an IX, but it can be transferred to some other entity without all the legalese that says this is a proper merger or a proper acquisition, rather, because the 2 entities keep existing as separate ones.
Okay, as usual, you provide context. I give you the first one.
Marco Schmidt, RIPE NCC. Maybe we can later meet at the service desk, because the scenario that you described, actually we do allow. We have it occasionally that an IXP was run by one company, another takes over the peering LAN and so on. And we not there. We are a bit more flexible what documents we accept and so on. So I would like to look into the details, but the way how you describe it, it should be possible in the current scenario.
Because the answer, the situation that I described to you is the answer that I get in the transfer ticket.
Okay.
This is not possible, and well, I stopped going even further, but I'm wondering.
Yeah. No, but yeah, let's maybe meet afterwards, and because for this scenario we have a solution right now. Just what you described.
Okay.
Okay.
Commenting on that, so I haven't read up in the policy yet, but it might have been just an oversight, because at some point we tried to make a transfer policy that just applies to everything and have no special cases, special rules. Did we forget the IXP prefixes? Oh, so somebody could just do a policy proposal to bring them in line. And it's great that the NCC actually makes things possible when needed, but having to go that extra round means the policy is not good, because that's a real life scenario. It should be working.
Marco Schmidt, RIPE NCC. No, actually, the policy is clear on that all resources are allowed to be transferred unless another policy forbids the transfer. And IXP currently said they must be returned if not longer be used. So that's why it's one of the few edge cases.
Technically, they are still used.
Exactly.
Used by the same network, run by different. So it's maybe we can clarify this.
Yeah. Okay.
I actually have something else. Why?
And Angela wants to reply.
Angela Dallara, RIPE NCC Policy Officer. To add something on this, there is even another inconsistency, if I can signal it, and somebody in the community wants to work on that, because we have this specification for IPv4 addresses for IXPs, while IPv6 addresses can still be transferred, are not excluded from that, because in the IPv6 policy there is not a specific exclusion from transfers. And let's say that the exclusion comes from the fact that the return is mandated if the holder is not applicable anymore. So if somebody wants to work on that, welcome any input.
Okay, so we are good on that topic. You found a very interesting problem, thank you. We will try to figure you out. So I think you were first and then Sundar.
You go ahead.
You asked on whether the new meeting slots are to the liking of the group, and no, for a very specific reason. And I bumped into this trying to talk to the chairs before the lunch break, and all the chairs had to run away to the working group chair meeting. So having a 2-slot working group on Thursday afternoon is inconvenient.
I saw that, and actually I don't think there is really anything that bars us from being probably a little bit later for the lunch or something, what we can see to figure out. I mean, this time we had agenda constraints. Some people were actually happy about the break, but you are right, especially the working group chairs. We can see what we can do about that. That was definitely an important point.
Usually after the first slot, you go talk to the working group chairs about things that have become relevant, and then having a rush there is
that was not great.
Needless.
Yeah, feedback received.
Hi, Sonal Stefan again, speaking as a old address policy person. One thing, it's more a generic comment, looking at several of the proposals have come up in the last couple of years. There seems to be a tendency to want to specify everything and be extremely precise and put in all the requirements. That's why I asked, why do we need these requirements? And I would encourage the working group to think about the balance between making the policy more complex, or realize that there might be a 0.01% of people who might slip through the requirements at some point, but accepting that last bit might be okay. So think about the balance between trying to solve every little edge case or keep the policy simple and generic. And I feel that the balance currently is swinging towards the very complex policy text, which makes it harder to maintain, harder to implement. So from personal experience as my years as address policy chair, I would urge the working group to consider swinging back to keeping it simple again. But that's just a old grumpy guy's opinion.
So actually, yes, the chairs, we have realized that as well, and many people commented on that. I had a couple of hallway conversations with people who were involved or adjacent to these proposals. And while you are making a very compelling, simple case, there are apparently some underlying concerns that before we basically go to your statement, I think as a working group, we also should address, because there seems to be some not fully clear understanding what an interpretation of policy means, what the NCC's amount of interpretation room is, what are mechanisms if something doesn't work out. So maybe we just need to have a broader discussion. But that is just my summary from what I gathered at the hallway. We are not entirely sure how to capture this discussion, but it feels like we could have it.
Perfect, thank you.
I would just like to say that the new format of having lunch in between address policy is awesome. Thank you.
Excellent. I mean, maybe we can make even more drastic changes and switch the PC and the working group challenge. I mean, that would be, or move it, yeah, we need to see what works out. I think Miriam will already love the rescheduling again. Okay.
We also have Tobias in the queue. And let's see if I can click the right button.
Absolutely.
No. Yeah, Tobias, you should be able to speak now, I think.
So yeah, Tobias Hiebich again, Max Planck Institute for Informatics. And looking at the agenda, I'm basically involved in 2/3 of the active policy proposals. I think that is another issue the working group has to think about. Making policy in the RF-NCC service region is not going to the APWG like 2 times a year when there's something in, well, a meeting, but it actually also means like trying to work on this policy. This policy will not get simpler if nobody does the simplification things. And I mean, like, I'm not the most simple text writing person, but in the end, there's also a lot of, well, spaghetti that has accumulated over time. And the process of everyone having good ideas, which should be accounted for and should be covered, actually contributed a lot to the spaghetti over time, especially for 2024-01. So if we want all these things, and if we want to have better policy for our service region, we need a couple more people to step up and do things.
I can only agree. Thank you. Anything else? Because I don't really see the queue from here. Nothing online. Okay, with that, I think we give you back a lot of what.
Early coffee.
Yeah, I think we're going to do an early coffee. Again, the usual reminders, you can still rate for the program committee. Remember, if you're registered, to rate for the NIONC. And with that, you get much more coffee than you expected. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We're still waiting for a minute or so for people to come in for the community plenary. We have a packed agenda, so I don't want to delay it too much. Please come in, take a seat. Before we start, I have a few announcements to make from the organization. Please don't forget to vote for the program committee. You can still vote until 5 o'clock, so another hour. And if you're registered to vote for the NRO and C elections, please do so, and you can do that until Friday morning, 9 o'clock. And then tonight for the dinner, the buses will leave from the hotel entrance at 7:10, 7:20, and 7:30. And please rate the talks. It's important. We want to know your feedback. So that was all in terms of logistics announcements. So let's dive right in to the topics, to the session. Yeah, my name is still Miriam Kühne. I am the RIPE chair at this point in time. This is the agenda. I'll give you a quick update of what we've been doing since the last RIPE meeting, and then we'll have a bunch of short agenda items after short presentations from people after that. I'll introduce you to them when we, as we go along, and then we hopefully have some time for AOB also at the end of the session. So what have we been doing over the last few months? Just some activities. You can also follow us on or follow our updates on the RIPE Labs, on RIPE Labs blog. We update roughly every month, tell you what we've been busy with. We've actually been closely following the activities of our NRO-NC, and I've been attending the meetings and supported our NC members also, and kind of watched the process and saw how they incorporated all the feedback received from the community. Now it shows up here as well. And then we've also continued to work on the, and Angela reported back from this also in the Address Policy Working Group, continued to work with the RIPE NCC on reviewing the policy documents and make sure they're easier accessible. And so that's an ongoing process. The same for the RIPE document store. I've been working with RIPE NCC staff, and maybe some of you have seen this fantastic presentation in Address Policy, where Ilke has presented a preliminary kind of results of what she found in terms of policy documents in the larger RIPE document store. And I'm really happy that she's diving into this. So we continue to work on that. Yes. Oops. Just fast. And then, yeah, as usual, we've also kind of participated in other events. I presented at the CA PIV, and I was kind of promoting RIPE and make sure people are aware of us and of the RIPE community and know how to participate. I've also worked very closely, and Neil also was very much involved in the new fellowship program that Laura is going to talk to you more about. And of course, over the last few weeks, we started kind of the handover to the next RIPE vice chair and the next RIPE chair team. No, this button. And yeah, just to make you aware of this, you might have seen some balloons outside. The RIPE NCC is really proud of celebrating 30 years of training, and we've also done this, of course, with the help of the community. Many of you have hosted training courses either next to NORG events or other in other locations. And please let the RIPE NCC know what you're interested, other topics you're interested in, or just give them some feedback in general. And then, yeah, I still remember I was one of the first 95 participated, or to one of the trainers that started this program, but that was my previous life. And yeah, I wanted to make this point here because I know there were some concerns at some point about the planning cycles for the RIPE meetings, and we really the RIPE NCC events team, together with the RIPE chair team, we've worked on having a lot longer planning cycles. So we have the dates actually until I think RIPE 100 even already on that website that you can see there on the link announced. So you can already plan ahead. You find the dates, and we'll always put the locations there as soon as we have it confirmed and signed and nailed down. So the next two locations are already decided, and then we're working on the next two after that. And then, yeah, I hope you'll come and join us in Edinburgh. And I wanted to ask you, I brought this up here because, I spoke to the RIPE NCC and we've organized childcare for a long time now. This was originally an initiative by the Diversity Task Force, and the idea was to encourage people to make it easier for people with children to come to the RIPE community. And sometimes, your partners in the industry, and then one always has to stay home. So we facilitated childcare. I think pretty much as one of the first communities who provided this, and it was taken up quite well at the beginning, but the last few meetings not so much anymore. And it's costly. And we'd love to continue to provide this, but I would really like to hear from you, not now, but in general. Also, maybe you can provide feedback to the RIPE NCC. Maybe you're not aware of it. Are you considering to maybe bringing children next time? Is there something we could change or do differently? Something that could help us to figure out if this is still a useful service for the community to continue. And then, kind of jumping around the topics here. I was asked by the Rob Bloxhall, the board of the Rob Bloxhall Foundation, to make you aware of this of this program. And for those of you who don't know, Rob Bloxhall was our RIPE chair team for the first 25 years of this community. And in his name, we set up a foundation and an award for people every 2 years or so to award people in the community who've supported others in the community and helped others to flourish, like Rob, did. And so there's a website here. You can find more information. And at this point in time, the Rob Bloxhall Foundation, this was the last awardee here on the page, I think, in Rome there was. So the next step that the Rob Bloxhall Foundation would like to ask you to volunteer for the nominating committee. So not necessarily awards, but they need a committee to then find an awardee for the next time, and they would like to hand out that award next year. So if you already have some ideas, they're also happy to get that input. But at the first step, they need to put together an awards committee, and we need you to volunteer for that. And that's it for me. At this point, actually, my term as RIPE chair from 2020 to 2025 ends. So I'll hand it over to the NOMCOM chair.
Thank you. All right, I'm Jan George. I'm still the chair of the NOMCOM, while it still exists. And while I'll be reading the names from the NOMCOM members, I would like to ask all the members, if you're in the room, to come here on stage. There are some presents that are being delivered. Well, I would like to thank the NOMCOM and the voting members and non-voting members for all the work. So Jean-Daniel Poget, Simon Leinen, Wolfgang Zenker, Dmitro Kochmaniuk, Kurt Kaiser, Tobias Feibig, Wolfgang Tremel, Rins Kloek, Sander Shebala Krashinan, Randy Bush, and Vasya Kryzmancic were the voting members. And the non-voting members were Daniel Karenberg, he was the previous chair and my advisor. The liaisons were Kevin Maynell from the PC, Janos Žako from working group chairs, and Sander Stefan from the RIPE NCC board. Thank you, everyone. We missed the chair. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I got one. Thank you. So currently we are chairless. Are you all waiting for the new names? Okay. Right. So first, when we went through this process, there are some recommendations for the community, what to change for the next NOMCOM process. Please make continuously everyone aware that the RIPE discussion list plays an important role in this process. There should be some more discussion on the mailing list. People did not get very involved on the mailing list. Also consider making an even stronger effort to build awareness about when the next round of the NOMCOM process takes place, and to start this effort earlier. I had a feeling that if I, as a chair, would have more time to prepare all this, because it's a long process, it needs to be followed to a letter, and if I would have more time, we could do much more on the awareness side of the process. We had quite a diverse list of volunteers, but unfortunately the algorithm and the lotteries picked the numbers that basically avoided every mail from that list. That was unfortunate, but it was what it was. We ran the process, and that was the outcome. But please make some efforts to make this list of volunteers more diversified. So we need more people to volunteer. We selected from the list of 52 people. If we would have more people there, maybe the result would be different. The recommendations were published as a RIPE document, and it's also available on the RIPE NOMCOM site. Without further ado, I would like to welcome back Miriam Kune as the RIPE chair for the new term. And Anna Wilson as the vice chair. Thank you. Thank you to Niall. Where is Niall? Would like to come up?
You have to read this out.
You read it.
We need an Irish person to read this out, please.
We need an Irish person to read this.
Garamagat.
Yes.
Oh yeah, you can do this. I can do this. It's okay. I'll just have to say. I want to say a few words about Neil, obviously. You know, I was so grateful that Neil was on my side. We didn't even know each other that well when we started as a RIPE chair team, and it was during COVID, so we didn't even have the chance to meet in person. It took a year and a half, I think, until the Berlin meeting, when we were actually together the first time face to face. And I was so glad to have Neil on my side. I don't think I could have done it without Neil. So I will dearly miss you as my vice chair on the side. And I would like to thank you very much for all the service that you've done, and you put a lot of effort and time into this.
Thank you. And with that, my assignment is done. Thank you very much.
Well done, Jan. Happily, we're short of time because it's an emotional moment. So I want to say thank you to all of you for the support that I've felt in performing this role in the last 5 years. Thank you especially to Miriam. And congratulations to Anna, who will do a much better job than I did.
Thanks, Neil. Yeah. I will really miss Neil, and I'm also looking forward to working with Anna as my vice chair from now on. So with this handover, you kind of, I don't know, this is it. So from now on, we'll have me as the chair and Anna as the vice chair. And thanks again, Neil. And then we'll move on with the program as scheduled on the agenda. So that's it. That's a little ceremony here. Next presentation will be from Laura Lorenzo to talk about the new fellowship program.
Wow, what a moment.
Can anybody? Hey, good afternoon. How are we? I am emotional, very much. And it is my honor to be here before you to present the new Right Fellowship Program. For those who know me, we met for the first time at Right 90 in Lisbon, which, to my surprise, I fell in love with you. I know, I didn't expect that routing security or internet governance could be love material. I'm still processing. There, I was facilitating a session with our friend Dinesh, it's around, on the mentoring program. And as you know, if you were there, I would never start a project without commending the work that has been done. At this project, the Right Fellowship Program will not be any different. So, too fast. I would like to share this picture with you. The Right Fellowship Program has as a purpose to bring new voices in this design to a Right meeting, to make it as diverse as possible and remove the financial barrier. And I don't know you, but this picture is amazing. So the program, since it was launched in 2017, was able to uncover half of the service region. And you know as good as I do how difficult that is. But if Stephen should be here, certainly he would ask, Stephen Strauss, yeah, I see you. What about impact? And impact in the context of the Right Fellowship would be how many of these new voices that came to the Right meeting stayed, find their voice, became active. Well, maybe the picture would not be as widespread as this one. Although we have very good examples here today I'm presenting. So we want to make sure that those new voices that come to the community, not necessarily to a meeting, to the community, stay, find their voice, bring value, help us and challenge us, and brings this mosaic that is the human fabric of the internet, stay resilient and future ready. So how would we do that? Well, we need to go to design to the table and do a complete revamp. And for that, in my opinion, we need to understand you. And well, it's obvious, you are a tech community, check. You are driven by passion, check. You love challenges, check, you're engineers, right? And last but not least, which is the picky one, you don't want to be told how to do things, correct? Right? Yeah, I know that. So, well, that's interesting because then how do we work with this? Well, what if we transform the fellowship into an adventure? An adventure that you decide your own path. Interesting. And we did it with a specific time frame. It's an adventure that lasts 4 months. So it goes beyond attending a Right meeting. It starts way before that, 3 months before that. And it's 4 months because in the ongoing research process that we are to understand the newcomers, which is our target audience, primarily target audience, we learned that yes, they're new in the community, but they're not new in the industry. And that give us a huge opportunity to have a huge impact and success in accomplish what we aim to. That is that they find their voice in the community. So, as any good adventure, it wouldn't be nice if we have a good partner. So at this point, I would like our right fellow coaches on here to stand up. They are our first right fellow coaches. There are more, but please join me in applause because they are helping us. Thank you so much. They are the right fellow coach. We got the inspiration from the mentoring program. You are seeing now the connection, what I've been doing here. We brought the magic of the mentoring program, which I love it as well. And the role of the mentors is to help the fellows to find their voice here. And they do it by helping them design the personal learning path. And what is that? Well, the personal learning path is the intersection between passion, so why they really want to accomplish the fellows, and they tell us that in the application form that has been completely redesigned as well, to really distill what is the ambition, what they are interested about, what they want to collaborate with us. And we do that by intersecting with our interests as a community, which are the tracks. In this intersection and a set of activities that are well defined, the right fellow coaches ask questions to the fellows, and the fellows, like I said, it's an adventure. Don't tell me how I do things. So it's the fellow that defines what he or she is going to accomplish during this 4-month period. So we open the calls 1 month ahead. And why we did that? Because as a change, right now and onwards, the right fellowship program will have only 1 call per year. So any applicant willing to become a fellow will be asked in the context of the application, which of the right meetings would like to connect their fellowship experience with. So we want them to have plenty of time. And please spread the word. Particularly on that, you have here the elements and the criteria, but I really want to stress the attention on this. This is the application so far. It's been 16 days that call is open, so it's so far, okay? But as so far, I don't like this picture from a gender perspective. And I'm sure that you agree with me. This not even represent the right community, right? So you need to help me with this. And actually this slide helps us to, first I'm presenting the problem or the challenge, and also helps me to present you the opportunity. And what is that? If you look at this figure from the country standpoint, so if you focus on the horizontal X, you will see that for the first time, the top country in terms of applicants is Yuan. And there are many reasons that explains this, many. One is that 3 weeks ago it was CAPIF, and there were Iranian people, and a lot of the social media activity that we have done to share the call across the service region, of course. But there is also another factor that we need to take into account, which is that one of the founders of the ARNOC, Milad, which I believe might be online, and hello to the people that is joining us online, did a massive reach out in the community to share the news. So the point I want to make here, and then I make Niels' words mine, and I hope the newcomers and the veterans make this mindset yours as well. So you got the mic without questioning anything, and just bring it your questions. Don't worry about it, which is actually my motto. The reason why I applied to this project is because, yes, I'm an engineer, but I'm not a network engineer, so I don't know anything about your industry, and which is exactly what drives me to be here. The less I know about something, the more I get interested about. So it is not a question, but actually a comment. If I learned something in these 6 months about the internet infrastructure ecosystem, is that what makes it the internet open and permissionless is not the protocols, is not the policies, are not the wires, the cables, no. It's its human fabric. It's you, each of any of you, and your agency. And that agency is developed with the connections, the communication, the capacity building, It is your ability to interact with each of any of you in your community, here, back at home. So if we want to nurture this mosaic that makes the internet possible, which is the human fabric, if we really want to succeed in achieving the impact we aim with this program, well, I just have one message for you. Help me to help you. Share the word. Please let this program is in your community. Let it make a big success in terms of diversity. Let's make sure that we can bring a good funnel of new voices to bring us new perspectives. So we're still resilient, capable, and future ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura. Are there any questions, comments, suggestions? We have maybe a minute.
I'll be around. Oh,
Orban.
So this is not exactly a question, so it doesn't require an answer.
Okay.
But I would like to add to initiatives like this. I think what I have noticed in the last year, that we have different groups of people that we would like to bring to the RIPE meetings. So would that mean from certain parts, even of Europe, but in general of our service region, we have people from countries or with jobs that they consistently cannot attend or afford to be to come to the RIPE meetings. In other cases, we have students that we need to bring into our community, or younger professionals that need something like the mentoring program. And in other cases, we have cases where we would like to invite and excite the wealthy RIPE NCC members to start attending the RIPE meetings and the general meetings and so on. So I would just like to, so why I'm saying this, I think that initiatives like the fellowship or similar to fellowship should expand to more fields and have an intention with which group of people they target. And this is not a question, this is a perfect...
A reflection.
Yeah, it's a reflection. This is perfect for a certain group of people, and it's much better what we had before, and I'm super happy that you did this.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Orban. Well, thanks again,
I don't
Laura.
know, comments online, Milad or anybody, maybe?
Yes. Are there any comments online? No, thank you. Thanks for the reminder.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks. So next in our packed agenda, we'll have Andrei Seletka from the RIPE NCC talk about how they represented the RIPE NCC, the RIPE community at the Y conference this year in the Netherlands. So go for it.
Indeed, thank you very much. It was sort of happy accident that I would like to share with you, and I think it's nicely goes into this lineup of general the question how to bring more people into the RIPE community. So let me talk about RIPE community at Y 2025 and also tell you what is Y 2025. So the acronym stands for What Hackers Yearn, and that is a thing, that is a camp that is happening since 1989 and is changing name. So it's sort of like this pattern that there is always three-letter acronym which has H because there has to be something with hacking. And yeah, it repeats more or less every 4 years. And this time, 2025, there was a one in the Netherlands. And this, before I talk about this, let's talk about hackers, because they have quite a bad reputation in general media. But who they are actually? They are people interested in tinkering with everything, basically interested in how things are working. So these people are usually quite important for, especially for technical stuff. Usually they are not interested in your bank accounts or emails. That's the media shorthand for hackers, but most of them are just interested in knowing how things are working. Also, hackers have, they're not respecting the normal rules, but they have their own rules, like code of conduct, which they are very strict about. So these are, let's say, the general characteristics. Then there are some special things that I personally don't know answer for, but I find that interesting. Like somehow they're obsessed with this drink that you don't see it anywhere else, but it's like the hacker events are full of them. Also, IKEA sharks named Lahai is like everywhere. And then something that I tried to, that it works. So that's the, 8 seconds is probably like proper license for quotation. So that's what hackers are doing everywhere and every time. And that's part of the spirit of any hacker event. Okay, then let's go to the serious business, how it started actually. So we figured out that there would be this event in Netherlands in the summer. And it was really like bottom-up thing from the RIPE NCC employees, which some of them are part of this community. So they said, hey, there will be this thing, maybe we should, as a RIPE NCC, do something. So that started an internal chat. A few employees said, I'm going, I'm definitely attending. And then we like sort of asked, actually the organizers approached RIPE NCC and said, hey, there will be a hacker camp. Maybe RIPE NCC would like to sponsor it. And then we went through the process, you know, finding money, approving money. It's always hard, but it got approved finally. So we become a silver sponsor of this event. And then we said, okay, we are sponsoring it, but well, even though we are non-profit and the event is non-profit, the sponsoring rules are quite strict. So one of the rules is, there has to be no branding outside of your tent. And even if you will have a village as a sponsor, you are not allowed to name your village after your brand. So it cannot be RIPE NCC Village because we don't want to have brand names in the, we want to preserve this community spirit of this event. So it came up to us sort of as an accident that they said, hey, you have to name the villages as some community. Well, there's only one community that RIPE NCC cares about. It's called RIPE community, obviously. So this also like set up agenda on what are we going to do on that event, because then it was sort of obvious if we are a community event, well, then we probably should tell people what the RIPE community is. We should tell them what the difference is between RIPE and RIPE NCC. By the way, in a show of hands, is there anyone who could explain what the RIPE and RIPE NCC differs in? Is there someone? Yeah, I can still see only like half of the room, and we are already through the Thursday. So in general, like RIPE without NCC doesn't employ anything. That's the thing you should know. So basically, all the offices and employees and things like that, they are RIPE NCC because that's the corporation which is registered in Netherlands. But the RIPE community, on the other hand, is the one with power that is setting up the rules. And that's basically what we try to promote. So we create a flyer, which was explaining basically RIPE and RIPE NCC, and it was saying, I really like that catchphrase, do you use the internet? Then we are already connected. And we explained how the community works, what is different. We also brought this incredible Roa, which is this guy that you can actually see outside, because we first have it in RIPE 79, and since that it was sitting in our office, so we brought it to the camp, and well, unfortunately he didn't survive that camp, but superheroes don't die, so they just reincarnate, and you can see them outside now of this room. So he's back. And we also bought some fun stuff. We bought some networking equipment, some music tools, and do-it-yourself tools to keep us entertained in our community tent. So how it went, this is the place, this is the map of the camp. You see, we somehow got assigned the loud area of the camp. I don't know why. They didn't have experience with us. I'm a very calm person. Don't like loud things. So for me, it was quite less optimal, but well, that's what you get. And this was our tent. From outside, you can see it's very plain. And this is from the inside. The good thing is people found us, and they said that they found us because of the flyer. So actually the flyer was apparently very, very important. And the great thing about hackers, even though they don't work for ISP, they don't, they just are interested in computers, they still were very interested in knowing what is ROA, because that was on this incredible ROA guide. So how exactly does it work? And they don't like say, okay, I'm not interested because it's not my area. They are really interested, so that was great. It also like came as a surprise to most of them that they are in charge of setting the rules on the internet. You know, so it's like not us as RIPE NCC, it's them actually, or we all together are forming the rules. And of course that the RIPE and RIPE NCC are not the same thing. Yeah, we also bring some controversy to attract more people. So one idea was that somebody said the IPv6 was more successful as a t-shirt brand, which is the sort of the frustration of the thing that, you know, you still buy a new products and they still have issues with IPv6 even after it's like 25 years old. So, and then we brought this towel from RIPE 72, and we said, well, we made it the towel brand actually. And you can see that people really like that idea, really like the towel, by the way. We didn't have enough of them because they are mostly gone. But we also received some posts from Hacker Post saying, yeah, that it's not only a t-shirt and towel brand. There was also some, not only human networking, but also some physical networking. These hacker camps have awesome network connectivity. So they had 400 gigabits to the field, and we had 1,000 gigs to our tent, and we had on-site IXP, and we actually tried some new things. So we did this RFC 8950 IPv6 network for IPv4 in this IXP. So that was quite cool. That was quite a nice experience, a really like nice thing to play with during the very hot summer when you have to stay indoors. So yeah, we all that have been there. You can also see one board member here. Well, they definitely came to consensus that this was worth it. Well, we were lucky there was no rain, so we had very sunny days. And well, we have sort of hoping that some of these people we talked to, because they were mostly quite young people, maybe when they get their job, maybe when they get their job in networking, they will already know, and maybe we will see them in a year or two here at the RIPE meeting, and I think that is very important. But of course, it was a lot of fun as well. Yeah, that's everything from me, and in case you have any questions, comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andre. That was a great opportunity to promote the RIPE community. Fantastic. So I see two people queuing up here. Anything online so far? No, please go ahead.
Will, Random Hacker. I was wondering if we will see a RIPE booth at Camp, Congress, and all those other events, because why not? I mean, they certainly need the support, and it's a place where, yeah, the voice could be also interested. Just saying.
Well, that's not something I can answer. There are definitely RIPE NCC people on these events. They are not organized under their employer, but also like you have to go to general meeting and you have to vote for paying more money as a membership fees if you are a member to give us money to do these things, you know? So it's actually your money after all.
I would be okay, but I will have to refer that to the general meeting at some point. Thank you very much.
Yeah, some board member that was lying on the ground in the picture, yeah. Hi, Sander Stefan, board member. I was really happily surprised to see the NCC there, and it was also really good to see like a lot of the hacker spaces actually have their own ASNs. So it was great to see the education happening, but you were also connecting to a part of the community that you probably otherwise wouldn't reach. So I was, I think, really well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And last question or comment?
Urban Srodonik. Yeah, thank you so much to the RIPE NCC and to you, Andre, that you do attend the hacker events, and to everyone else. Hacker spaces are places where most talented and creative people in tech or future tech meet, and please support them. Support them with with internet connectivity, support your local hacker spaces with funding, give them BGP connections so they can play with their ASNs. Those people will help our community and each of our members in the future.
Nicely said. Thank you very much.
Thanks again, Andre. Next up, we'll have another kind of community-related presentation by Vladislav Midikov, and you might know him from here or from the SCE meeting. 10 years at the RIPE community and the benefits of collaboration.
Hope my mic works. Okay, so first, a gentle warning, this presentation and some of the pictures and names may create a reaction to people's eyes, either as an allergy or small object that could fall into their eyes. So please be careful while consuming the slides. So, does anyone know in the audience what happened in 2015? Well, it was my RIPE meeting. There was actually, I came to my first RIPE meeting by mistake. I was here the weekend before the RIPE meeting for a RIPE Atlas Tools hackathon. Then, somehow, I was motivated to come to this stage and the RIPE meeting and present something that I can do with RIPE Atlas. Then in time, who was I? A small young programmer by heart who was working 5 years in the Faculty of Computer Science with 10 years experience and just starting to play with RIPE Atlas 2 years ago. The other idea in the bar happened after the hackathon when I was given the chance to actually continue my stay here in Bucharest as RIPE 71 in this same hotel. I met a set of usual suspects. Some of them are here in the room. Some of them are maybe online. Some of them are now retired. And they gave me this sentence: you must start an IXP in Macedonia. We will help you. 2018, we're going to now have to travel in time, guys, back and forth, sorry. Again, I had a chance to visit RIPE meetings. And I started to say that 3 years ago, I started this idea. You've seen things are similar. We have a neutral entity. We have some people, knowledge, and we are already feeling the community is ready for this. We will run this IXP non-profit. We like to create a NOG, but we are missing the most important part. Well, thanks to someone here in the room, on 9th July 2018, that's 3 years after this idea, miraculously, this happens on my birthday, so that person has some explanation to do because it's a bit of a strange moment. We got our resources for the IXP, IPv6, IPv4, and an AS number. We got a newborn. In the meantime, someone had his academic hat on, so he started to misuse the IXP. And as part of RACI, a wonderful initiative we have heard, started to do some research and actually started to use the IXP as the best way to keep local elections working. RIPE 86 and 2023. Again, science. After COVID, which was wonderful for IXP, finally we got all of the big players to join us. Guess why? We were attacked as a faculty quite heavily. So we had to do some tricks in our bag in order to survive. We survived. We collected the botnet. These are all the providers which we had to approach, and we had to work with them. Luckily, we were part of this big pan-European network run by Giant, which allowed us to actually close this botnet. After this, in the bad circles, Don't mess with these guys. They are very difficult to mess with. 2024, time to learn new tricks. We started experimenting in something which was played new, DPDK and other stuff. Again, someone here, actually online in the audience, was the usual suspect in showing us the way. We made our own development for protection. Actually, that became my master thesis. In the meantime, IXPMK, slowly, step by step, byte by byte, connection by connection, optic by optic, CDM here, DVDM there, made some progress. We made a promise made 10 years ago a reality. We have all the major IXPs paired. We finally decided to take new approaches, and we passed our wonderful 10 gig barrier. We start to look like a real IXP under the faculty umbrella, and we have still some plans for us. Oops, not cool. This is our traffic. I'm sorry that you only see this image, but the initial presentation was 100 slides, and I was politely asked to shorten it for 10-minute slot. Why? In the next slides, I'll tell you why. In the next slides, I'm going to show you why this presentation is important. It's not just IXP.mk. It's not just Vladislav having fun with RIPE Atlas probe hacking. I too have two firsts. Together with another person in the room, I made the first 3G probe. Together with the same person, I made the first virtual probe on hackathons. You now have virtual probes and virtual anchors, right? It's not just making a change in the region. It's you. Who are the people in the room? Part of them, I like to thank them because 10 years ago, they gave me the motivation, the chance to show how this community can be welcoming for someone who was pretty surprised, fresh on a meeting he never heard about. So, what are the next steps? We need to do more as a community. We need to collaborate more. We are already collaborating, but we need to do more. We need to inspire young talent. I met this nice youngster in Belgium, from Belgium in Rotterdam and RIPE, and he was doing a business in connectivity and in our land only when he was 16 years old, and he became a friend. We need to get talent to their first RIPE meeting, but then we need to keep them at least every 2 years or something. Don't be afraid to wear many hats. It's fun in this great community. We are on a good path, actually. This is what I see today. This is what I saw this week. I think we are comfortable that we have a bright future for us. And why I can say this? Well, I wear a bit of a few hats. You see the bold ones which are RIPE connected. And you see, yeah, the trick. Thank you, Laura. The trick is out of the bag. My last affiliation was already shown on a picture, but I also volunteered to become a RIPE fellow coach because of this. And by the way, when I first came here as something 10 years ago, that was 2 years before fellowship and RIPE. So I would say I'm experienced in the job. Thank you, RIPE community. This is on you. And as promised, 1 minute and 30 seconds for questions, comments, tomatoes, and other stuff on this stage.
Thanks so much for sharing your experience. That was wonderful. Yeah, are there any questions or comments, suggestions for Vlad? On anything online? Oh, Andre is running to the mic. He's doing like double duty here, like in the tech team and presenting and everything.
Okay, wrong step at the end. Ondřej Seletka, RIPE NCC. I'm just here for proxying because there was a name of my lovely colleague on the slide, Ricardo Stagni, who was registering the IP addresses for your IXP, and he's saying you are welcome.
Thank you. Well, thanks again, Vlad. And yeah, I hope to see you many more RIPE meetings in the future. So next we'll have a colleague from IANA, Marilia Hirano, who's going to give you an update on IANA. It's actually her first RIPE meeting. So yeah, please take it away. Curious.
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Marilia Hirano. I am IANA's Director of Strategic Programs, and I'm here today to talk a little bit about what our priorities are. But before we get to that, I just wanted to, I don't like to assume, and then what do I do with the clicker here? Is it, oh, there you go. Yeah, so before we get to the meat of it, a show of hands, of if anybody is not familiar with the work IANA does and how we service the numbers community. Great, this is going to go fast. All right, so just I'm just going to glance through these two slides on servicing the numbers community. Just a quick reminder of what it is that we do for you guys, and the point here. Everybody's aware of this. I just will touch on the last bullet that we do facilitate requests for special purpose allocations at the request of standards organizations such as the ITF. But those requests are driven by RFCs or policies. But for the most part, it's the allocations that IANA makes are to the RIRs and not directly. Then beyond numbers, this is the full scope of the IANA services. So the names and the protocol parameter functions, we manage the DNS root zone, and we also work with the ITF on defining and helping define new standards and maintaining all the registries that that documents unique identifiers, and we assign and maintain all of those registries. So I think this is a pretty quick overview, because the next slides will talk about what the priorities are, and it's going to touch on all of these functions. So I wanted to make sure I just quickly went over. Can you hear me if I speak from here? It's a little, okay, great. Okay, so first we have next round of GTLDs, and the work that we're going to do over the next couple of years is getting our systems ready for temporary delegations as well as variants. The temporary delegations is a step within the program that is required due to the names collision part of it. And then other policy implementation work that also is in the naming function includes the CCTLD review mechanism, and also the changes to the CCTLD strings and variants policy that is currently to be approved by the ICANN board. Then lastly, we're investigating potential work for IANA to participate in RPKI for reserved or special use space. So those are the policy-driven priorities. Then next, I have the images here. I'm pretty sure a lot of you are familiar with the IANA.org, our website. And if you are, you'll understand why this is, we've named this the IANA website modernization. We basically are trying to bring it to this era. We are planning on delivering a new design and structure for the website, make it more user-friendly. One example, in the registry space, there's no search functionality, so it's not as easy to find a specific registry. So that's something we're working on improving for this next cycle. We're also planning on improved system responsiveness and experience for a global audience, and developing and publishing content that supports user workflow. So we want to make sure that it's easy to find, to guide users to find the procedures, what it takes to apply or or to make changes to an existing registry. And we want to make sure that it's all within the registry. So that's the work that's been going on to modernize the website, in addition to all the the new layouts, and you know, we want to make it look like it belongs in 2025. You'll see how the graph there looks like today. So that's a key priority. It's been going on for the last couple of years. Then on data publication enhancements, there's a first call to action here. There will be a few of them during this presentation. We have a beta version for registry data sets will be available in other formats. So we can expect to see JSON across all registries, including the top level domain registry. So if you want to play around with it and see, there is an option there that you can provide your feedback on IANA@IANA.org. So if you go to that link, you'll be able to test it out. And then publication of .arpa domains in the RDAP bootstrap is the other piece that is being worked on as ICANN plans to sunset Whois. The technical services team is working on that, and we can talk about it if you have questions after the session. Okay, next is updating the key. So we're currently undertaking the second key rollover of the KSK. It's establishing a 3-year rollover cycle, and it's planned to happen it's scheduled for October 11th of 2026, and with a potential algorithm change in 2027. And then here we'll have a little bit more information on that if you're interested in participating in this work. So first I'll talk about the DNS Trust Anchor availability. This is my crypto team. I made sure that this was here and that I reminded you of. The Trust Anchor is available for distribution. It's been published since January. Most of it will be adopted automatically, but we also ask operators to monitor that your systems have adopted the new key. And then back to the algorithm rollover that I mentioned, there is a proposal to change the root zone KSK algorithm, and we will have a public comment period set to open February 2026 on all the details on how that proposal will be implemented. This is based on a study that was conducted by community experts and published in 2024. We're now basically implementing the recommendations from that study, and that's what the proposal will include. So if you're interested, don't hesitate and participate, and we really want to hear what your thoughts are. Another call out from my team is for those, especially for those of you who have not taken part of this work this far, and you are impacted by this, and this is part of your work space, that you do review it and give us feedback. Okay, so I just wanted to bring this all together now, and this is part of our IANA 2030 strategy. So in July of this year, we kicked off the fiscal year 26 through 30 IANA strategy. And this strategic plan is focused on 3 areas. So innovation, operational excellence, and community engagement. And the activities that I just mentioned here, they touch on one of these pillars. Each of them has strategic objectives and KPIs attached to them. And we do break down the work on how we're going to achieve those through our annual operating plan and budget processes that happens concurrently with the ICANN plans. So the other call to action in this one is we are going to open the public comment both for the IANA operating plan and for the ICANN operating plan. So if you want to learn more about what we're doing, both in comments on these priorities, if you think that you review the plan and you think there's stuff missing, like we should be focusing on other things, that's what that period is for. And you also get to see how much all of this costs. So please participate. I have links to the 2030 strategy, and I also have the link to the current operating plan and budget for those who are not familiar. And I just wanted to plug here that yesterday when I was listening to Hans present on the pillars of the RIPE strategy, it was very reassuring to me as an IANA staff member that it aligns so well with where RIPE is headed and where you see yourselves in the future going into your new strategic plan and where our priorities lie. So I felt like it was very closely aligned, and that is reassurance that our collaborative efforts, and that touches on community engagement, broaden and deepen our stakeholder relationships, bringing in fresh blood and trying to make them stay and participate in this ecosystem. It's all priorities that we share, and it was very inspiring to hear that as we continue to move forward with our plans. So with that, I just want you to, by my last call out here, please let us know how we did. If there are topics that you would like IANA to come bring to you and any other venues, this survey is a one-question survey, and then it allows you to provide any other topics also that you would like the IANA team to present to you. And then NROEC and ASOAC will be invited to participate in our annual survey, which just new for those who have been participating every year for at least the 11 years that I've been with the team. It's now only 3 questions. It's not 17 anymore. So if that gives you a little motivation for those of you in the NROEC and ASOAC, it's only 3 questions now. So you'll get an email to participate. Thank you very much. I think that was all I had.
Thank you very much, Novelia. Always interesting to hear an update from time to time from like our sister organization in IANA. So thank you very much. Are there any questions? We have a little bit short on time, but please go ahead.
Hi, Lars Kimar from NetNode. Hi, Marilia.
Hi.
I just want to say, this is not a question. I want to say to the audience here that I've been around for longer than I'd like to know, and I've spent the last 5 years on various review committees, reviewing IANA and their technical work and their administrative work. And if there's any part of this internet administration anywhere that just works, it's the IANA. So thank you for doing such stellar work.
Thank you. We can't do it alone. It's a collaborative effort. Thank you, Liman.
Thanks again. Thanks for being here. Hope you're enjoying the rest of the RIPE meeting, your first RIPE meeting after 11 years. Amazing. And then last, but certainly not least, we have an update from the NRO Numbers Council, Hervé Clément, Constance Berger, Andrzej Robaczewski. Please, look, I don't know how you want to do the dance, it's up to you. It will be a surprise, okay? To give an update on the current developments and also especially a summary of what came out of the BOF on Monday. So you should be there.
Good. Thank you, Miriam. Good afternoon, all. Thank you first for the presentation from the IANA, which is a function absolutely we are well aware. And so we have well noted the invitation to answer the 3 questions of the survey. We'll do. First, after that, so you heard a lot about ICP2 this week with the BOF on Monday, with the presentation during the policy working group this morning. To be diverse in terms of presentation, I will then give the floor to Andrzej to present. It will be the outputs of the BOF. Most of you participate in last Monday, and thank you very much. I wanted to emphasize that the topic that will be presented are only the topic discussed during the BOF. Of course, during the mailing list in the other region, there are a lot of other topics. Of course, we will analyze them carefully, but that will be the scope of the presentation of today. And so one more time, so the consultation is open till November the 7th, so don't hesitate to participate and to read. And with that, I will give you the floor. And thank you, Constance. And we had the great support from the legal and the communication team of the RIPE NCC to present the slide of today.
Thank you, Hervé, for this introduction. So very quick recap of the both that we had on Monday. Yeah, thank you for participating. So there were several issues raised, and we just want to go through them. And again, our role here is not to sort of argue or defend the document. At most, what we can do is clarify why certain things were in the document, but we are taking this feedback on board, and we are going back to the bigger council where we're going to discuss and reach consensus on how this input is going to be addressed. But thank you, this input is very important. That's the only way we can improve the document. So issues were raised again about unanimity of the decision-making process, and there were three aspects of this issue. One was raised is that it might happen that an area is unable to express their opinion for whatever reason, maybe a governance problem, for instance. It might happen that what happens if there is a conflict of interest? And there will be a conflict of interest for sure, because right now the whole globe is being served. So part of the region will go to a new area if this new area is created. And there were some concerns about competitive law. I think regarding competitive law, we know that RIPE NCC is carrying out a legal review, and once that is done, I think RIPE NCC is prepared to publish, or probably all the areas will discuss this and publish this. There was also a question, okay, if not unanimity, what are the alternatives? And of course, we know that in our community, we prefer consensus. And now the way of this operates where each area independently submits their response to the recognition or derecognition proposal. Consensus is really possible. There is no real discussion. It's binary choices, yes or no. But yeah, thank you for this feedback. And we will certainly take this on board. One thing I wanted to say that compared to the previous version of the document, changes were made to soften unanimity requirements. So it's not that we are not listening to you, we listen to you. And if you read the document carefully about the process of recognition, there is an opportunity for appeal and reconsideration where an opinion under certain conditions of one area can be overridden. So we will discuss nevertheless this unanimity again request and hopefully address this. Very important that issue was raised that we not only we need to start a new series because ICP series is discontinued, but also we need to preserve continuity. And this continuity, so ICP2, the original version of the document, should not be lost somewhere in web archives, but should be sort of findable and maybe even sort of part of the new series, as well as the process and the context that we used in developing this version of the document. Right, finding the right level of detail. I think through all our work, we see this where people say, yes, okay, but how really that will be implemented? They have certain scenarios in mind, and they're trying to run how this document will guide through those scenarios. It's difficult. I think we always try to balance. The document cannot go too much into detail to be too rigid to be useful, but at the same time, indeed, it should provide some guidance. So we hear on both sides. On one side, we hear, oh, how this nitty-gritty detail in that particular scenario will work out, probably should include this in the document. On another side, we see people, oh, don't over-engineer, trust the system. When things come and implementation procedures are developed, it will become more clear, but set the boundary conditions right and very clear. For instance, there was a concern that, yeah, if you bring too much into implementation procedures and it takes long and time to develop those implementation procedures, we're kind of in a limbo. We cannot move because the document doesn't provide enough guidance and implementation procedures are not there yet. To this, I just want to mention that there is a grace period already defined in the document, which is 3 years, under which all areas need to be compliant. Now, this compliance also means that all implementation procedures including those how compliance is measured, should be ready and adopted. So there is a time frame, there's a deadline, clear deadline, where implementation procedures should be in place. So in 3 years, at maximum, we should be all set, the whole package should be ready. Yeah, and I think I'm repeating here that at meta level, at high level, that's one of the challenges that we experience, and we're working and we're looking at your guidance, what level of detail this document should have. And yeah, it's both extremes are not acceptable, so we're trying to find something in the middle. Yeah, I mentioned the window. Also, you please read the assessment that NRO has published. That's an interesting insight of the NRO side, so the area side, how these requirements could be implemented and how that could be, what impact that could have on the areas and area system. There was a question, although NIRs are out of scope of this document, which is clearly stated in the document itself, there was a question whether NIR gets any special status and whether NIR or a group of NIR is the path how an area can be created. And I think the same person from the community who provided this feedback is that if NIR is mentioned, then we should clearly state that NIR doesn't give any special preference and special status in the process of recognition or the recognition. But I mean, I think NIRs are out of scope and they're really mentioned only to state that they are out of scope of this document. Okay. There were other concerns, well, not concerns, but clarifications. For instance, good faith, how that could be measured. And I think Athena responded that good faith is sort of a legal term, and in this case, it means that there are no undue delays and everyone sort of works along the process. The document doesn't say that you need to respond in 3 days, and that's the level of detail we don't want to be in the document. That maybe the implementation procedures, again, more strict deadlines and things are defined, so good faith takes more tangible meaning in this case. And well, there were concerns raised that, yes, we don't want to create a completely closed system. There might be conditions we don't know in the future where additional of an area is helpful, but we also need to be aware of the enormous coordination cost of the system of coordinating between 5 areas. It already has a cost, and so we need to keep this in mind. With this, again, the URLs you've probably all seen to the red line changes, rational. That's a document that I really encourage you to read because it also lets you know how we're making decisions, why certain things are in the document and why certain things are not in the document. Well, the assessment is published, so please read this as well, and FAQ too. And with that, I think I'm showing the QR codes and stuff like this. Please submit your feedback to the mailing list. This feedback is also recorded, but mailing list is also important. What we're also looking at, it's not just consultative submission. If there is any discussion with the community, that would be also interesting to see. So thank you for that. Again, reminder, not much time left. 7 November, that's when consultation ends. And then when we collect all this input, and start working on this to create another version of this document. And questions, and I invite my colleagues, so if there are any questions, we would be happy to answer those. Constance?
So if we assure that your comments and your concerns are going to the ASOC meeting, and then we include this in the new draft of the new document. And if you miss something on the slides, please return to the mailing list and give us feedback until the 7th of November. Thank you for this.
Thank you, Constance.
Yeah, thank you all 3 for this summary and a clarification of the next steps. Are there any more questions? I see Leo there at the back.
I have a very short question. Leo Vigoda speaking for myself. This is all really good. You've done excellent work collectively, everyone. Let's assume it's not 100% perfect, and we've taken 25 years before reviewing ICP2. Is this going to be reviewed on a schedule, or is it going to be there is an issue, we need to review it? How does that work in the future?
Yeah, the schedule is introduced. Well, the schedule is, I think, 5 years. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not every 5 years it will be reviewed. Every 5 years, the council will look at the document and determine if review is necessary.
Thank you.
Danko Jevtovic, just a comment. I wanted to say thank you. I think this is excellent work, and I see that all the comments have been really considered, and I think the progress is good. Given the timeline and everything, I still think that the whole document might benefit from stress testing, meaning playing out various scenarios. And this is something that probably should be done with the next revision once you do it, as you said. And this should be probably done also at the ICANN or NRO level, but also some of that work can be also done here at the RIPE level. Because all these balances you're trying to find, especially about the level of details, are kind of sensitive. And by going through the stress test and seeing how that actually plays in practice, we might find maybe better optimizations. Thank you.
Thank you for the suggestion.
Any other questions, comments? Nothing online? All right, well, then thanks again.
Thank you. We're waiting for your feedback. Thank you.
Thanks to all the speakers, and especially thanks to staying within time. I was a little nervous. We had so many speakers, but it all went well. So we actually have some time for AUB. Any other business you'd like to bring up in this community plenary? I see two. I think you were first, Remco. Go ahead.
I'll let Gergana go first.
Just a short announcement that the Romanian customs have released the Internet Protocol Journal. So it's now in the hotel. You can find it in the coffee breaks. Yeah, if you need something to read on the plane back home, feel free to pick one up.
Now everybody is really curious why it's been stuck in customs for so long. What's actually in it? So yeah, please go ahead. Remco.
Hi, this is a, Remco speaking as a former working group co-chair. This is a lightning talk posing as a comment, after which I will ask a question. The document RIPE 692, which is the RIPE working group chair job description and procedures, outlines an obligation for working group chairs to ensure a process exists in the respective working groups for appointing chairs and term limits and unappointments, all of that stuff. Despite that this document reached community consensus in 2017, is 8 years old at publication and despite the best efforts of the RIPE chair team, not all working groups have actually implemented or published this process. Can I ask the chair team, this is the first part of the question, to provide an overview of where the various working groups are on this, and then my question to the community, so that is all of you, then would be, how do we feel about this state, and should we maybe endeavor to harmonize this more?
Thanks, Remco. I have a couple of answers to this. It's funny you mentioned this document because we're actually in the process of updating it at the moment, and so there are some suggestions. There was one suggestion to make an addition to this document, and I looked at it and I thought, oh, actually this is 8 years old, as you pointed out, so it might actually need a bit more thorough overhaul. So we're actually working on this. We're adding more specific detailed guidance on that specific point. Is currently being discussed, by the working group chairs and the chair team, and will then be sent to the community for consensus discussion as usual. That's the first point, and that's not the answer to your question. I just wanted to make that point because you bring up that document, and we actually done some work on this. To your second point, you can find. I understand you want to have an overview, but you can find the information about the term limits, the chairs, the selection process on each working group's webpage. Every working group has a page that defines that has that information on there. Also an overview of which chair has started, when they started, when their first term was, when the current term is, when the term ends, and so forth. It's probably not as easily accessible as you would like to see it, like on one page, but every working group has that information publicly available, so you can find it there. I can't answer the third part because that was a question to the community.
So I will comment on part two of your answer. I actually had a look at that, and I had the hardest time piecing together and sort of finding a common denominator between these, and also there is for some working groups there is a list of, okay, these are the working group chairs and this is when they got appointed, and that's it. And to me that doesn't satisfy the requirement that we have set as a community.
Yeah, it's amazing how many variations you can find on a simple like selection process of 2 or 3 individuals. It's indeed, there's a lot of variety. We've been working on harmonizing it more. Thank you for pointing this out. And yes, there's more work to do on this for the community and the individual working groups to actually work on this. Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
And then Liman, I think, was next. Yeah.
Thanks, Lars Lehmann here. You seem to be very engaged in having the talks rated. Can I suggest that you lower the bar for doing so? I mean, when I reach the point that you have to bring out your phone to do the multi-factor authentication to be able to vote for the... No, sorry, I don't. I give up. So make it a little easier, please.
Yeah, thanks, Liman. Actually, this was mentioned before, and we are looking into this. Thanks.
Yeah. Jim Reid speaking for myself, and as a former chair of a couple of working groups. I'd just like to go back to a couple of points that Remco made before. As far as the problem of certain working groups not having a clear, transparent appointment process, in my opinion, this is where you, Mirja, get the big bucks. So you should be getting these working group co-chairs into a darkened room and have some incentive, maybe a taser, and encourage them to come up with a procedure and publish it. If they're not doing their job properly, there has to be consequences for it. And maybe if they're not going to do this, we have to say to them, sorry guys, you're not doing your job, you're not doing the role you've been appointed to, perhaps you should step aside and make way for people that will do the job. I think it's that straightforward. The question about harmonisation of things within across the working groups, I strongly advocate against that. We tried to do this a long time ago, and we could not get the working group chairs collectively to reach a consensus view on that point. There was all sorts of bickering about this. Now, maybe it's changed a lot because most of the working group chairs have changed since then, but I would advise against that because the chances are you'll end up having a debate that will go on until the heat ends, till the death of the universe. I would much be happy. I would be personally much happier if each working group was left largely to its own devices. As long as they've got a clear and transparent process that works, leave them to it.
Thanks, Jim, for the comments. And thanks for the first comment also. I'll ask you for help to bring the taser when I talk to the working group chairs next time. I get your point, but I want your second point, but I also want to comment that this is extremely confusing for newcomers entering our community if it's not clear, if every working group has a separate process and it's not clear what the selection processes are, and it's kind of difficult to enter also and grow into leadership positions. But I got your point.
Hans-Peter Holen, former working group chair, former RIPE chair, 30 years community member. Just a rhetorical question for everybody here to think about. Why should the working group chairs decide on the process to select them? That should be up to you guys, the community, and not to them, right?
Thank you.
Rudy Voll, that's actually. Oh, sorry.
I think you were first. Sorry.
Sorry, just a very quick point to what you said, Hans-Peter. The community members do that by approving the process that each working group chooses.
Dimitri.
Yeah, thanks to Dimitrov Kahmanyuk speaking for myself, and congrats to becoming a chair again as a non-com member. I'm happy. So 2 comments. I want to follow up on working group chair process. I think the good step would be just like we do for the PC, indicate term limits. I mean, expiration of the term of a particular person. Maybe that information can be gathered, and I know it's a lot of work, but I guess each working group chair can submit. So for example, let's say I want to become a chair of group X. I can see they have chairs NVC, and I would see which terms are about to end. That's one thing. And the second meta comment, I do like pre-talks a lot. I'm happy we finally got rid of that. I was PC member for 2 terms. It was way easier to update and submit my slides. And I was also able to edit my bio or my title. For my talk, I removed extra words from it. And so maybe a suggestion, make sure this cannot be changed when the meeting ends. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm maliciously go back and change my slides to something completely different, but imagine somebody's RIPE access account got compromised. This person can go ahead and change all of their past submissions through pre-talks for all of the meetings, starting with this one. So that's my suggestion. Freeze that change process after the meeting is over. Thank you.
Thanks.
Otherwise, pre-talks is great.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thanks. Rüdiger.
Yes, I actually am following up with Peter Hohlen. Kind of my memory of how we got here is that it, in my opinion, was a bad process to start the discussion about establishing these procedures as a secret activity of the working group chairs. And kind of the discussions and, well, okay, how we ended up with the current thing. Every working group does its own thing. I think was an act of desperation for, well, okay, we need to get something. And I think back in the old days, it would have been much better to actually agree on a common scheme, like I think Peter was saying. But, well, okay, we punted on that, and that is haunting us this day, and we should not repeat the errors of the old days this time. Now, there is no question doing the discussion for consensus in the whole community is hard, and may look harder than getting the consensus within the working group chairs group, but perhaps not.
Thank you. I want to cut the lines at this stage and give Neil the last word. So I think Clara was first.
Sure. 3 things. For voting for working group chairs, perhaps using the system we have for the PC, it works. Regarding NomCom committee, I think, well, I agree that the randomized selection system is great in order to prevent a situation where there's not too much diversity. Maybe we can update the algorithm so that it keeps in mind representation. You can include inputs. We do it for my hockey team, depending on like skill level and stuff like that. And third, regarding childcare, I think it's a great thing. It'd be terrible if it went away. Perhaps the reason why we're not seeing it as much right now is we're an aging population, maybe less people of child-rearing age. But it'd be great to keep it. Maybe it's to prevent it from being a cost to the NCC consistently if it doesn't have the demand it needs to be funded. We set a deadline, and if no one signs up or not enough people sign up, then we communicate whether that won't happen at a specific meeting, but please don't stop that one.
Thank you. Thanks for the feedback. Gagana?
From the online participants, Simon Leinen from Switch says, concerning the feedback form, could the limit on the free text comments on the form for each talk be increased? Currently, it feels limiting and frustrates people who would actually like to provide substantive feedback. So that's a suggestion. And I also have a comment from Jordi Palais from the IPv6 company, agreeing with Hans-Peter. It makes no sense that each working group has different rules. It's an overall community matter and must be a common process, same as we have in all the other RARs.
Thank you. Thanks both for your comments. Yes, Simon and Jordan. And Neil, please.
Neil O'Reilly, RIPE Vice Chair Emeritus. I'd suggest to address Remco's observations in a slightly different way from that suggested by Jordi, and that is that we have a RIPE policy for what should happen, and we look to each of the working groups to implement this in a conformant but individually determined way.
That gives us something to think about over dinner, how we would do that. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the speakers and all the comments and suggestions and the engagement. Before you leave, don't forget there are 2 BOFs still happening after the coffee break. One in here, and I don't know exactly which one. I think the DNS one is in here. The strategy one is in the other. And then the buses for the dinner, again, leave at 7:10, 7:20, and 7:30. And hope you see you all there.